morning and a very warm welcome to all our distinguished dignitaries, panelists, principal, vice principal, and participants joining us in person and online for the international conference on transforming education for enlightenment, empowerment, and excellence, integrating artificial intelligence in curriculum, pedagogy, research, and learning environment. I am Lekisha Kejri.
And I am Deborah Thomas. It is our privilege to be with you today as we explore the integration of artificial intelligence across curriculum, pedagogy, research, and learning environment. As we commence the proceedings, we invite you to join us for the college prayer, a moment to reflect on shared values and purpose. May we request everyone to please rise.
ॐ सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुर्भगः भवेत् ॐ असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्युर्मामृतं गमय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
Thank you. Please take your seat. We will now proceed with the lighting of lamps to mark the inauguration of the international conference. May I request our organizing secretaries of the conference to escort the dignitaries and the panelists along with our principal, Dr. Bhagwan Balani, vice principal, Professor Dr. Mandeep Kaur Kochar, and faculty members for lighting the lamp.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
स्टेज पे चले जाओगे अरे दिख ही नहीं रहा है
दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Thank you. The lighting of lamp symbolizes our collective commitment to the light of knowledge and the spirit of academic inquiry. I, Sumaya Khan, on behalf of Bombay Teachers Training College, am grateful to our dignitaries for inaugurating the international conference. Before we begin, we would like to showcase our college profile in the form of a presentation prepared by our students.
for taking us through those wonderful glimpses of our college throughout the year. It is my pleasure to now invite our principal, Dr. Bhagwan Balani, to deliver the welcome address. I request you to kindly take the podium, sir.
Good morning. Good morning to one and all. Respected President HSNC Board, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, our Dr. Maya Shani, Trustee HSNC Board, our mentor, Madam Sapna Changrani, most important stakeholder of Bombay Teachers Training College, and my dear colleagues and my dear friends, students. I must say that today's international conference will be recorded in the history because of the two reasons. Number one, in this conference we are going to release AI tools, 106 AI tools which faculty and student teachers of Bombay Teachers Training College collaboratively have authored, and we are going to release it with the ISBN number. And this achievement will be archived in the history of Bombay Teachers Training College. And I believe that the way efforts has been put up will definitely benefit to the students as well as the teaching community. And we look forward that as far as this journey is concerned, doesn't stop over there, it goes beyond it. And I believe that each one of us are going to really work more, and we are going to use AI tools in order to ease of doing the facilitation as far as learning is concerned, number one. Number two, in this research conference, because this conference is totally focused on knowledge generation, and we have received 105 abstracts, and very soon, and many of researchers have also sent us the papers. Now these papers will be scrutinized by the peer committee members. Yesterday we had a meeting, all the faculty members, we were sitting together, and we were deliberating on whatever the knowledge that has been created jointly by the faculty and the student teachers should have the quality. Quality in terms of, as far as the plagiarism is concerned, the kind of papers that will be published should have a minimum benchmark as far as UGC has set benchmarks for quality publication. So, and we have also included a pledge in our book that we, faculty and student teachers of Bombay Teachers Training College, solemnly affirm that the work that we will do will be of original quality, and then we will maintain the standards. So we have outlined everything, and this has been done unanimously, and I believe that it is there in the domain of all the student teachers of Bombay Teachers Training College. So this is what the collaborative working culture we have created over the period of time, and especially credit goes to our HSNC board, especially to our president, our vice chancellor ma'am, and all the trustees of Bombay Teachers Training College, our HSNC board, that they envisioned to establish university, HSNC University, and that's how Bombay Teachers Training College became the constituent college of HSNC University. And with the constitution, we got the mandate to revise the curriculum. Now, the most important thing for any program, curriculum is at heart. And what we have done, we have revised the curriculum. We have included research-based courses. We have included educational research as a core research course. We have also included academic writing. Again, it emphasis on doing the research, or it also promotes inquiry-based learning. And I believe that the kind of culture that we have created at Bombay Teachers Training College over the period of time is going to really pay us lot of dividends by getting the recognition from topmost schools, especially from Dubai Scholars, GEMS Education, and I believe that there will be many more schools who will definitely chase our students because of research skills, because of the knowledge skills, because of their ability to create knowledge. So now, how BTDC can be distinguished with the other colleges of education? If you look at the B.Ed curriculum and NCT's guidelines, the curriculum that has been prescribed by the NCT is the basic. And if you look at the courses are very traditional, and hardly you will find any component of technology in it. But we are fortunate enough that because of getting the university recognition, we have got our own board of studies in education, and as a result of that, we have also revised the curriculum to a large extent. So I am proud to share it with you that in our curriculum, we have embedded a lot of practical component of 8 teaching hours experience, which was never in the curriculum, in the history of the curriculum of teacher education in India. Even Bombay University's curriculum encompasses 30 teaching hours, but our curriculum is entirely different. Another thing, students will definitely witness what we have been doing. If you see the curriculum is concerned, you may read the curriculum as the prescribed curriculum, but it has got very special features that we have identified professional attributes a teacher must have, in which technology is a core component. As a result, from 2020 onwards, we introduced scaffolding digital pedagogies, whereas we used to teach them digital tools during pandemic. So the journey of using technology and digital tools started from the year 2020 since we were established as a university, and I believe that we have really worked upon it, and all the faculty members, we have been working since last 20 to 25 years together, really share a lot of we can say camaraderie among ourselves, and all work that we do it collaboratively, we do it together. And I believe that we all are on the same page. We have embraced technology, we have embraced AI also. Now, how AI is going to be a game changer as far as teacher education is concerned, I must mention over here that all the students who are sitting over here have been a part and parcel of a co-researcher in our journey. And I believe that especially the FY students were highly privileged when they were put into the Nehru Science Center for 1 week training, whereas they did a lot of data collection, did the research, then later on they were put into the special schools where they did the community work and special in teaching to the children with the special needs is the need of the hour. And this is what the feedback which we received from Dubai, that nowadays number of children with disabilities challenges are increasing in the schools, and knowledge of special education is very important for the teachers to address their educational needs. Apart from that, a lot of emphasis has been given by us in order to create digital portfolios of the student, because it's the reflection of their 2 years hard work. And I believe that our students are working day and night, and they are creating repository of their own journey in the form of developing e-portfolios. And I believe that e-portfolios will help them to get better places. Probably most of them has made it in Dubai, but if you look at as far as the international schools are concerned, our teachers are in great demand. So I believe that we have been serving to the society with novel, say, causes. Now, as far as the role of the AI is concerned, let me say that AI will never replace a teacher, but how we look at BTDC towards AI, we believe that AIC may be a companion, a partner, we can say a cognitive partner, which can help us to recall, revisit the knowledge, existing knowledge, which is hidden somewhere in the webs, and it's like a gin. If we wish to really visit and ask a question, then it shall help us. And I believe that we will take it as a partner, as a companion, as a cognitive partner, and then I believe that we can do the wonders. And I'm thankful to all the faculty members for putting their efforts. As I said, that 105 papers will be presented, and out of 105 papers, more than 50 papers has been collaboratively written by the faculty and the student teachers. So I would like to give them a big round of applause for their hard effort that they have put it. Now I believe that as far as the publication of their work is concerned, I believe that I do understand that it's a challenge, but I promise that we promise at Bombay Teachers Training College that we will take it to the next level. And then I always tell them, BTDC is a learning community, but now we have changed the narrative now. BTDC is no more a knowledge consumer, but BTDC is a knowledge, it's the hub of knowledge creation. And I believe that together we can create the knowledge, and really we will wish that BTDC is a point or a hub which should be discussed for the creation of the knowledge. And the credit always goes to our president. He coined a term AI, and he encouraged all the principals of HSND board colleges that he said that AI is going to be a game changer. Catch it if you can. I believe that we had taken that thread in our heads, and I believe that we are going to use AI in all our discourses, as the title itself says that AI is for enlightenment, excellence, and much more. We can do it. We can change the learning landscape here at Bombay Teachers Training College, and I believe that together we can. And I assure you, sir, that BTDC as a learning community, as a knowledge creation community, we will definitely contribute significantly in the field of education by producing the knowledge, and we will publish it with a quality research outputs. I invite all the stakeholders of Bombay Teachers Training College to come forward and contribute maximally in the field of education, so that we can create more centers of excellence of teacher education here in India. As sir has rightly said that he has set a meeting for Dubai. So Sapna ma'am, we will definitely come to your school, and if you can create spaces for us, the kind of magic that we are doing over here, we will be able to do over there also. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that inspiring address highlighting Bombay Teachers Training College as a center of knowledge creation, production, and knowledge bearer. Thank you for setting the tone for our conference. It is now time for the introduction and felicitation of our dignitaries. I invite Ms. Sara Lakhani to formally introduce our chief guest, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, President, Hyderabad Sindh National Collegiate Board.
It is indeed a moment of great honor and privilege to introduce a distinguished visionary leader whose influence extends far beyond business into education, social development, and nation building, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani. Dr. Hiranandani exemplifies transformational leadership marked by clarity of vision, ethical governance, and deep commitment to institutional excellence. An outstanding academic achiever, Dr. Hiranandani is a chartered accountant, a commerce graduate with honors, and holds a doctorate in philosophy, reflecting his strong intellectual foundation and scholarly orientation. As the president of Hyderabad Sindh National Collegiate Board, Dr. Hiranandani has provided strategic and visionary leadership to one of India's most respected educational ecosystems. Under his stewardship, the HSNC board has strengthened its focus on academic excellence, value-based education, skill development, and alignment with the National Education Policy 2020. Beyond education, his professional journey as chairman of the Hiranandani Group reflects excellence, integrity, and innovation with diversified contribution across infrastructure, healthcare, and community development, all guided by a philosophy of sustainable growth and societal welfare. He is widely acclaimed as the builder extraordinaire credited with transforming the skyline of Mumbai through the landmark project Hiranandani Gardens, Bhavan. Dr. Hiranandani's guiding belief, sincerity and commitment with consistent efforts is the recipe to achieve success and scale great heights, resonates deeply with his role as an educationist leader and visionary leader, inspiring institutions and individuals alike. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. Now, I request our principal, Dr. Bhagwan Balani, to felicitate Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani. I request Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani to please have some words with us.
What a fantastic morning. Thank you very much and good morning to each and every one of you. It's such a beautiful day and lovely to be with BTTC. Thank you, Dr. Balani, for leading the institution. It's actually fantastic and I feel very proud and the board is very proud of Bombay Teachers Training College that you have had the leadership for so many years in the teaching fraternity, and so many teachers who have passed out from this college have really taken leadership roles in every sort of teaching, and I think that's wonderful. Dr. Mandeep Kochar, wonderful that they're all the other teachers. I'm not naming them individually because I don't even know all the names, but I know all the faces. So lovely having all of you over here, and it's beautiful to be here. We have Dr. Sapra Chankani from Dubai. Friends, we have to thank her because she has taken more than 30 teachers from our college to Dubai. We better give her a big hand so that you also be able to go there one day. And we are talking to her today in order to see whether can we open a BTTC in Dubai. What do you think of the idea? Yeah, so let's get an idea so that next time you have teachers training, you can also go and visit Dubai and get teacher training there and then maybe get a job there also. So it'll be wonderful to have that kind of association in terms of what we have done. I think Dr. Balani clearly explained the importance of AI, and the very fact that this program has been created itself is indicative of the clarity in the mind of the institution as to its importance that is to be done. In the good old days, I remember a story. The story goes like this, that there was an introduction of computers in India, and all the bank workers went on strike. You know why they went on strike? They went on strike because they used to write books. They used to write the accounts of all the transaction by hand. And they went on strike because they didn't want introduction of computers. And what happened? They said they will lose jobs. Of course they lost jobs. And who lost jobs? Those who didn't learn computers. Very simple. So, what's the magic? Whenever you have a new tool, it doesn't matter what that tool is. The tool could be a computer. The tool can be a mobile. The tool can be an internet connectivity. The tool can be any other instrument that we have to do, innocent or otherwise. But how you use the tool becomes extremely important. India, Bharat, has a history of education. The history of education starts from the 5th century. The whole world used to be educated in India. That's the Nalanda Institute and Takshila. And those institutions were the centers of education of the entire world. People traveled in those days right up to Nalanda and Takshila to get educated. The teachers were not just teachers. They were the gurus of yesterday because they connected with each of the students that is possible. With mass education taking place, where we talked about universal education to all, we had so many more children to be taught, so many more students to be taught. But we didn't grow exponentially in order to see that we could reach each one of them in terms of modern methods of pedagogy. The last system of upgradation in India, Bharat, took place with the National Education Policy 2020. It took us 70 years to create a national education policy. We had an industrial policy, we had an energy policy, we had, you name it, policies which were there in the government of India. But we didn't have an education policy. And so many times when we were talking about, and Dr. Balani also mentioned about the university and the change of syllabus that has taken place because we have created a university for ourselves, the changes that have taken place are drastic, quick and effective. We now will move back to the fact that AI as a tool will be useful for us to create the new paradigms of education. So when we talk about AI is just a tool. It's like a knife, it's like a phone, it's like a computer, it doesn't matter what it is. But this tool is dynamite. It's going to change the entire force of what you do. And if you learn it, you will be the dynamite and you will be back again to be looked as not only just as a teacher, but you will be looked upon as the gurus of the person. Because with the instrument of AI, you can make hundreds of paradigms happen. You can reach individual students, you can do differentially. This is the broad perspective of what AI is. My congratulations to you, to the principal, vice principal, and all the teachers over here for conceiving the entire day's program in order to understand and put into our heads how we can use AI as a tool and how this differentiator is going to make the next world. You are the lucky ones. Because the other teachers will have to experiment and learn. You will be taught here what and how to do AI. That is the advantage that you have today. So, my young friends, pay full attention to this. Enjoy the journey of learning with AI. Feel the difference that you do. And when you walk out in the world, say, I know AI, I am comfortable with AI, and AI makes all the differentiator. This is the general pattern that I'm sharing with you. When I was to make this speech, I was totally foxed. I was foxed because I didn't know what to do. I don't know AI. I have not used AI. I don't know the pedagogies of AI. Who knows pedagogies of AI? I didn't know. So what did I do? Last night, I went to ChatGPT. I said, friends, I must at least learn it. And especially after the great introduction that you did, I should at least know something that is of value to you at the end of the day instead of making all these prophetical things from the stadium that you do and sitting just because I'm the president, I'm supposed to speak very learned. I said, no. I should know something about AI also. तो एटलीस्ट तुम लोग कैसे देखेंगे कि निरंजन हिरानंदानी को कुछ आता है, बिल्डिंग बनाने के अलावा कुछ और भी आता है. तो मैंने चैट जीपीटी को प्रॉम्प्ट सब डाल दिए और बोले कि भाई हम टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग कॉलेज में क्या सिखाना चाहिए. And then they said, if you teach in Hindi, the students can hear in Marathi. If the students is spoken in English, you can also know in Hindi. If you want to know, you can also hear it in Urdu. And of course, we would also like to hear it in Sindhi, because our Sindhi minority college that we have. My God, can AI really do all that? The answer is yes. So, first of all, we are very proud because we have Dr. Mahesh Shani with us. She's a leader in education for many years. She's a trustee of our board. She also runs the Shani Institution, which is excellent. Thank you. Thank you. And we're really happy that you're here today to share your gyan and knowledge of whatever you have done over here. That's really something which is there. So one of the things is, where are we actually? We're actually at that stage, similarly to what happened about introduction of computers, we are now at the stage when you're there. So anybody who doesn't want to take up AI is going to be in that old school where you didn't want to learn computers, or you didn't want to learn how to use mobile. What is the whole beating heart of modern AI? It is a deep learning fuel. It can have voice assistance, language translation, personalized learning platforms, and predictive analysis. You don't have to know all these words. You can Google it or ChatGPT it. How does it help a teacher? Because you can tailor the entire content based on the student's learning position. If the student is at this level of learning, you can tailor it. And those students who are ahead, you can also tailor it. You can use it as a smart assessment tool, and you can gauge instantly the performance of students. You can also find out what are the learning gaps that are there. And the teachers will become smarter for a change than the students. Because up till now, the students had access to AI and you didn't have access. So now you will be able to use what it is. I agree with Dr. Balani when he says that they will not replace teachers. But those teachers who do not use AI will be replaced. So the point is very simple. Teachers won't be replaced, but if you don't use it, those teachers will definitely be replaced. You have to understand that you have to use it positively. You have a knife, you can cut vegetables and other things and you can kill somebody. AI is also a tool. Learn how to use it ethically. It is also a good interpretation of the context in which you are, but you must use it with empathy. This is extremely important for a teacher because you can't use the knowledge that you have to indicate your superiority. It is there. I already mentioned the language translation helps you to have multilingual approach, and especially in India where you speak so many languages and the absorption of people is in different languages, you can do it. There will be virtual teachers which are also going to be available over a period of time. They have even put a virtual one of Niranjan Hiranandani talking to Niranjan Hiranandani of 7 years, and you can get that on Instagram, and you will see how the conversation takes place from an elderly to a young person in a different ways that it is there. AI is not only for the purposes of teachers training, it is in all the subjects that it's going to be important. The skills of the future through AI is going to be critical thinking and digital fluency rather than just learning facts and figures. Facts and figures are easily available on Google, on any other platform that is available. But critical thinking is not. So you have to use AI for the purposes of bringing in critical thinking that is extremely important. The other important part of AI is continuous learning. I want to share a story with you. My father, Dr. L. Chiranandani, was an ENT surgeon, Padma Bhushan, Dhanvantri Award, and a very, very renowned surgeon of his day and time. He's no more. At the age of 80, I had tea with him early morning, 6 o'clock, and he mentioned to me, Niranjan, I'm going to go to Germany to learn a new operation. Dad, are you crazy? You know, you can always tell dad that and get away with it. So he says, why? So I said, at 80, you're a renowned doctor who has done cancer operations and written a book on cancer operations, and people have come and learned from you. What are you going to do? He said, no. I'm going to Germany to meet Dr. Plester, who is going to teach me a new operation of the ear. I said, Dad, Dr. Plester? Isn't he the same person younger to you, much younger to you, who 10, 12 years ago came to learn cancer operation of the throat from you? Yeah, you remember the same person whom you had dinner with in Willingdon Club? Same person. Age 82, Dr. Eli Chiranandani goes to Germany to learn a new operation. And he came back and learned a new operation and added it to his knowledge. So my dear teachers, remember one thing. AI will be an important tool for each one of you, not only to learn what you learn in BTTC, but also for the future. It will be an envelope, it will be a platform, it will be an access which will learn and teach you how to continue to enrich yourself and do it. AI will also bridge gaps between your knowledge and your expertise of doing it. But don't use it as a crutch. Don't use it as a crutch. Don't be lazy and only use AI as a crutch. Use AI as a platform to leap up and go beyond it. The challenges of using AI, if you know it's ethical, if you know it's correct, it is important. There's an issue of data privacy, which is being debated, and of course cyber security, which is going to be important. We have to partner with various people, including AI tools to be taken, not only from the net, but also with institutions of merit that we are going to do that. So today, we want all the educators to be more informed, more learned, which will happen before the end of this day. So keep your ears and eyes open, learn, and learn more. AI is not meant only to innovate. You are not doing innovation by getting into AI. You're actually wanting to elevate teaching to create better humanity of the future, so that people will look up to you, look up to the teachers, that you are the new world over there. I'll share a story with you, which has nothing to do with AI or anything like that. In my 5th standard school, Campion, one day my English teacher stopped teaching. And she says, you people don't know how to speak good English. Campion school boy, my God, we all know very good English. हम समझते थे हमको सब कुछ आता है English में. She walked out and stopped. She was a short lady, 5 feet tall. She stomped off, went to the principal's office, came back and says, next 3 lectures, I'm not going to teach you English language or literature. I'm going to teach you in an English pronunciation. And she spent 3 classes to us in the 5th standard of school and taught us how to speak and pronounce good English. It was not a part of the syllabus, but it was a part of her caring for the students. कि आप इंग्लिश सीख ले रहे हैं लेकिन आप बोल नहीं सकते अच्छी रीत से, और हम आपको सिखाएंगे कि अच्छी रीत से इंग्लिश बोलें. आज भी मेरे पास हजारों टीचर मुझे टीच किए हैं, लेकिन मुझे अब भी 5th स्टैंडर्ड टीचर मिस मजबान, शॉर्ट लेडी, नॉट लिविंग एनी मोर, आज भी मैं याद करता हूँ, क्योंकि वो मुझे सिखाया क्या करना है. वो सिलेबस में नहीं था, लेकिन वो जानकारी उनकी थी कि हमें इंग्लिश अच्छी रीत से बोलना चाहिए. मैं इंग्लिश टीचर हूँ, सिलेबस तो सिखा लूँगी, लेकिन ये बच्चों को इंग्लिश, अंग्रेजी अच्छी रीत से बोलने को मैं सिखाऊंगी. ये आज भी मुझे, I'm 75 years old, so when I was in 5th standard, I must be 10 years old. So I'm talking about a story which is only 65 years old. But I still remember my teacher because she is the guru of my knowledge that is done. And we are all simple people. I'll give you a second story which has nothing to do with teaching. One day, I was walking down the halls of Campion School and somebody boxed me in the back. जोर से मुझे मुक्का मारा. मैंने देखा, आओ, फिर टर्न किया, मैंने देखा कौन है. It was my PT teacher, Mr. Hodiwala. He boxed me in the back. And you know why he boxed me? Niranjan, you're a tall boy. Don't stand like this. Stand like this. सही तरीके से खड़ा रह के आप वॉक करिए. अच्छा नहीं लगता. निरंजन हीरानंदानी हो, कैंपियन स्कूल के बच्चे हो, तो आपको ऐसे चलना चाहिए. आज भी मैं कभी झुक के चलता हूं ना, तो आज भी मुझे याद आ रहा है मिस्टर होडीवाला. 1965 की बात कर रहा हूं, बहुत साल हो गए. लेकिन जब हम किसके लिए प्यार करते हैं, जिसके लिए हम केयर करते हैं ना, तो हमें हटके सिखाना है. सिलेबस तो सिखाना ही है, वो तो आपको करना ही है, दैट्स योर जॉब. लेकिन आप बॉम्बे टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग की टीचर हैं, आपको वो एथिकल तरीके से सिखाना है, ऐसे जान और दिल दिखे देना है कि वो बच्चों आपको यहाँ से ईश्वर के पास जाने के बाद भी आपको याद करे. ऐसे टीचर्स बॉम्बे टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग कॉलेज में होने. That is the difference between the teacher and the guru of yesterday. India has to go back to become those great teachers that are there. It is not the syllabus that you teach the language history. आपको ऐसे सिखाना चाहिए जैसे हम अपने बच्चों को सिखाना है, उसको कैसे हम बनाना है, वो बच्चे कैसे बने कि हमारे देश के लिए वो बच्चे ऐसे हो कि कहाँ भी विश्व में जाए, दुबई में जाए, अमेरिका में जाए, कोई भी जाए, हमारा बच्चे जाए, वो हमें याद करे कि हमने कैसे इंस्टीट्यूशन से आए थे. My heartiest congratulations to BTTC, to all the board colleges, to Dr. Maya Shani, to the principal, vice principal, teachers, to my other teachers over here, those people who are coming to speak today. My congratulations to you for this program, and most of all, my lovely students, I wish you the very best in life. Become the greatest. छोटे लोग बड़े हो सकते हैं. हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर एक चाय वाला था, अभी क्या बन गए? क्या बने? प्राइम मिनिस्टर बन गए. हमारे देश में बच्चों को टीच ऐसे करिए कि वो चाय वाला भी प्राइम मिनिस्टर बन जाए, और टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग कॉलेज के जो टीचर्स है वो ऐसे लोगों को बनाए कि हम देश में गर्व से बोल सके कि हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं. वंडरफुल. कांग्रेचुलेशंस.
Thank you, sir. Let's give a really good round of applause. Thank you, sir, for that memorable inaugural address. Sir, your thoughts on AI were refreshingly honest. Your story is heartwarming, and your words have bolstered us to keep learning to navigate this new AI age as a teacher with ethical and with empathy and with critical thinking. I invite Ms. Sarah.
At Bombay Teachers Training College, we are truly delighted and immensely proud to announce the launch of our in-house publication, A to Z of AI Tools for Digital Pedagogy. This initiative reflects our commitment to innovation, relevance, and future-ready teacher education. To formally introduce this publication and share its vision and significance, may I now invite Professor Dr. Rajiv I. Jha, Professor and Mentor of the Best Practice Scaffolding Digital Competencies, SDC, and Chairperson, Board of Studies in Education, HSNC University, Mumbai.
Good morning, everyone. Technology will not replace teachers, but teachers who use technology wisely will shape the future. Respected dignitaries, members of the management, faculty, students, and esteemed guests, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all on this significant occasion marking the release of A to Z of AI Tools for Digital Pedagogy. This publication holds special importance in the academic history of Bombay Teachers Training College, as it is the first book of the institution to be collaboratively compiled by both faculty and students and published with an ISBN. This publication was conceived and guided under the visionary leadership of our principal, Dr. Bhagwan Galani, who also served as the chief editor of the book. His academic foresight and commitment to institutionalizing digital pedagogy provided both the direction and the momentum necessary to bring this ambitious collaborative project to fruition. We acknowledge with gratitude Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, President of the HSNC Board, whose forward-looking vision on the role of artificial intelligence in education served as the foundational inspiration for this endeavor. His emphasis on future-oriented learning created the context in which this book took shape. Bombay Teachers Training College has consistently demonstrated its commitment to educational innovation, from introducing computer education in the 1990s to institutionalizing scaffolding digital competencies as a best practice since 2020. The college has continuously responded to the evolving needs of teacher education. This book is a natural extension of those progressive digital footprints and pedagogical initiatives. At a time when artificial intelligence is reshaping teaching and learning worldwide, this compilation responds thoughtfully and responsibly to this transformation. A to Z of AI Tools for Digital Pedagogy brings together the collective academic engagement of 79 contributors, including 9 teacher educators, a PhD scholar, 2 postgraduate students, 67 student teachers, 58 from B.Ed and 9 from DLED program. Together, they have documented 106 AI tools presented as accessible classroom-oriented chapters. This publication was strengthened by the collective efforts of the associate editors, assistant editors, and a committed team of student editors from the PhD in Education and B.Ed programs. Working closely with the chief editor, their academic and editorial contributions were instrumental in shaping this collaborative compilation into a coherent and publishable work. The strength of this book lies in its collaborative spirit. It reflects diverse academic voices shared inquiry, and hands-on exploration while maintaining clarity, structure, and ethical awareness. Organized alphabetically, the book functions as a practical toolkit enabling educators to engage with AI tools purposefully and meaningfully within real teaching contexts. This publication also stands as evidence of how institutional practices such as scaffolding digital competencies can be translated into tangible academic outputs. It affirms our belief that digital competence is not merely technical skill, but an integration of pedagogy, ethics, and reflective practice. We extend our sincere gratitude to the HSNC Board, the HSNC University Mumbai, the Knowledge Resource Center, the editorial board, and every contributor whose dedication made this work possible. Most importantly, we celebrate the spirit of collaboration that defines this book and the institution it represents. As we release A to Z of AI tools for digital pedagogy today, we do so with the hope that it will serve not only as a reference, but also as an invitation to explore, question, and thoughtfully integrate artificial intelligence in education. As we look ahead, this thought remains central to our collective efforts. Artificial intelligence becomes meaningful in education only when guided by human values and pedagogical intent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that concise and illuminating introduction. I request our organizing secretaries to accompany our dignitaries and the panelists, along with our principal, vice principal, and faculty members to come forward for the book release. The book released. Please give a big round of applause.
जाते चालू रहने दो. चालू रहने दो. चालू शुरू बोली तो.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate this release, which marks a practical step towards supporting educators in integrating AI into teaching and learning. I invite Ms. Sara Lakhani to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Maya Shahani.
It is indeed a moment of great honor and privilege for us to welcome a distinguished educationist, visionary leader amongst us today. We are deeply honored to have with us Dr. Maya Shahani, a respected trustee of Hyderabad Sindh National Collegiate Board, whose leadership and guidance continues to strengthen the vision, values, and long-term mission of the institution. Her association with HSNC Board reflects her belief that education is a powerful instrument for social change and nation building. Apart from her role with the HSNC Board, Dr. Shahani heads the Shahani Group, an organization committed to excellence in education and institutional leadership. One of its premier institutions, the Thadomal Shahani Center for Management, is affiliated with universities in the United Kingdom and has received prestigious recognition as the best business school, particularly for its strong industry academic linkages. This reflects her forward-looking vision of education that bridges academic learning with real-world relevance. What truly distinguishes Dr. Maya Shahani's leadership is her empathetic approach to service. Currently, she is working extensively with the Global Dialogue Foundation with a mission to bring joy and peace to this global world. Her work consistently reflects a deep concern for inclusive growth, ethical excellence, and human dignity. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us today.
On behalf of our principal, Dr. Bhagwan Balani, as he has gone down, I am inviting our organizing secretaries and faculty members to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. Maya Shahani.
We express our gratitude to all our dignitaries for gracing this occasion with their presence. It is my privilege to now invite Dr. Maya Shahani, Trustee, Hyderabad Sindh National Collegiate Board, for the Guest of Honor address.
Thank you for all the superlatives you just gave me. But at the end of it all, I'm just a Maya, as we all are. So we shouldn't take ourselves too seriously, but we should take our work very seriously, artificial or otherwise. So, as a trustee of the Hyderabad Sindh Board, I always keep saying that Bombay Teachers Training is my favorite college. And I mean it. This is because our teachers are the ones who transform the world, one human being at a time, which is what I also try to do, because it's only when you transform the children in a holistic way that you have future leaders, not just managers. So as Dr. Niranjan said, that he still remembers his teacher almost 65 years ago. and his two teachers he mentioned who shaped his life. So we all remember our teachers. This is why it's one of my favorite colleges. Plus, I've noticed that this is the only college that works in a collaborative way. Dr. Bhagwan Balani, even though he's a principal, he never takes himself as just the leader, but he feels all the teachers are equal and collaborative. This is the spirit that I like about them. So you spoke about the 105 AI tools that you've been working on. So a tool is just a tool. So I won't be talking about the AI tools because you're the experts. Like Dr. Niranjan said, people of our generation are wired differently. So tools is something that I admire. I really look up to people who know how to use them. I'm also learning. We're all learning. But after all, ChatGPT and all, these are all generative tools. They just collect information that they've been given. Just like our children used to, and they still are learning the rote way. Because they just gather information and they spew it out. This is what ChatGPT and Gemini and Claude and Grok, they're all doing that. But I like to go deeper than that. I go to the soul level. Because the generative tools, they're all just like our body is the physical body, the mind, intellect, and soul. You know, we are body, mind, intellect, and soul. Somebody had asked me the other day, which is the best journey you've taken? So my reply was, my best journey has been the journey within. We are always looking outwards. So ChatGPT and all these tools, they are at the physical level. They still don't know, they don't have a mind of their own. Whether it's an entity, whatever it is, it's an entity. It doesn't have a mind of its own. It's gathering some intellect because it's gathering knowledge. How do our children learn intellect? How do they get their intellect? Because they gather knowledge and then they start thinking, and that's how you got intellect. Edward de Bono had come out with this book, Teach Your Child How to Think. Now, how does a child think? It gathers information from everywhere, then it applies its mind, his or her mind, and then she thinks. But now ChatGPT and the other tools, they're reaching that level of thinking. I believe that they can apply their intelligence now. Now that's where the scary part comes. What about the soul? We have a soul. Does ChatGPT or the AI tools, do they have a soul? So right now we are at the crossroads, and because you're teachers, I'm sharing my thoughts with you. We are right now at the crossroads. Which way is our child going to go? Is it going to be a Jekyll or is it going to be a Hyde? Because artificial intelligence is artificially created. It's created in the lab. Are we even thinking of what kind of monster or angel we are creating? It's in our hands what we create. But if you look around the world, what kind of world are we creating? It's all about me and mine, all countries, everything is based on economics. So peace and prosperity are interlinked. There can't be any peace without prosperity. There can't be any prosperity without peace. So what are all the countries doing? The leaders of all the countries, they want more and more for themselves. And this is how whatever we put in the machines and the computers, it's all about our thoughts that we are putting in. The world that I see now, there is more of violence and venom rather than the way our world was, our Rishi Muni's time, like Dr. Niranjan spoke about Nalandas and Takshila. The kind of education we gave then was the gurukuls. So how did these gurus get their knowledge? Now this is where it gets very interesting, because the knowledge that the gurus got was through quantum physics. They were highly evolved. The civilizations in those days, they were much more evolved than what we are now. We are still learning. We are fledglings. They could see things, and they could see billions of miles away. It was cosmic knowledge. You know, we have 7 levels of consciousness. 1 year ago, Dr. Balani, you remember, we had invited Dr. Tony Nader in January. It's exactly almost a year when he came. So he's a neuroscientist from MIT, and he's a medical doctor from Harvard. I'm working very closely with him. The interesting part is that he was trained by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. Now, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi was a true Maharishi. He knew about quantum, he understood the kind of real knowledge that we should be teaching our children. So he trained Dr. Tony Nader, and being a neuroscientist, he studied the brain very well, he studied the body very well, plus he studied the kind of knowledge that Maharishi had. So he is the only person I've found in the whole world. I've worked with global leaders. You mentioned Global Dialogue Foundation. I'm coming to that. Out of all the leaders I know here or globally, I find Dr. Tony Nader highly interesting because of the combination that he represents. So he's written a very thick book. Your book is thick, and I'm really impressed by it. But his book is even thicker. It's a hard, so big. It takes me very long to even, just to hold the book, I can't hold it, it's so thick. And the kind of knowledge that he's put there is the human physiology and the Vedas. So our body is a reflection of the Vedas. It's the Vedic knowledge. We should be really proud of the kind of knowledge we have. You know, I'm really impressed by what you've done, but you're touching just the surface. You have to take our children to the soul level. And this is the kind of knowledge you should give our children, the wisdom. I won't call it knowledge, it's wisdom. Which is, Macaulay killed it all. He said the Indian knowledge system is so good, we'll never reach up to their level, so let's kill it. And that's how the British system came. Dr. Hiranandani spoke about languages, Marathi to Hindi, Hindi to English. My father-in-law's father, K.T. Shahani's father, was Thadumal Shahani. Now, Thadumal Shahani has become a brand. He used to teach the British from English to Hindi, Hindi to Sindhi, because he was a Sindhi. He came out with these dictionaries, and he used to teach the British in those days. So our history is 100 years old in the field of education. The HSNC board is 75 years old. So this is the pedigree that I come from, and I've been observing my father-in-law, the way he worked. That kind of knowledge is what we want to give to our children. Because Thadumal always used to say, we have to give back to society, and the best way to give back is through education. So our passion is education. We are working only in the educational sphere. We are spreading out to Dubai and all these other countries, the MENA region. So I would love to work very closely with you. There's a lot more I can go on saying, but I think time is running out. But I'm really happy to come here today. I'm really so happy that you come out with this book. I'm going to read it from cover to cover because I want to learn what's happening in the world around us. But in today's Times of India, I read that AI is a bubble that's going to burst. So this is a fear a lot of people have. You know, they've invested so much money into AI, and the data centers are the biggest guzzlers of this energy. So finally, is AI going to survive, or we are going to out-survive and we go back to the Nalandas and Takshilas of our time? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for that inspiring address. And we truly appreciate the clarity and relevance of your perspective.
Having honored our distinguished dignitaries and heard from their wonderful addresses, we will now move into a phase of scholarly engagement. The upcoming panel discussion provides a platform for exchange of ideas, experiences, and perspectives that enrich the academic discourse of this conference.
We have on the panel our distinguished panelists joining us virtually and in person. Their collective expertise spans community health, education technology, transformative learning, school leadership, teacher education, and technological innovation. I now invite Ms. Stuti Pandya to introduce our first panelist joining us online from South Africa, Dr. Dumiso Shuma.
Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to introduce a visionary public health and behavioral science leader who is transforming community health systems across South Africa and beyond, Dr. Dumiso Shuma. Dr. Shuma has dedicated his career to strengthening community-driven responses to some of the most pressing health challenges of our time, including HIV, TB, STIs, gender-based violence and femicide, and the growing intersection between climate and health. As the Executive Director of Best Health Solutions and Chair of the SANAC Mpumalanga Research Sector, he has been instrumental in shaping evidence-based programs and fostering meaningful partnerships across civil society, government, and research institutions. A pioneer in digital innovation, Dr. Shuma is the creator of Thando AI Chatbot, a WhatsApp-based digital companion that brings accessible health, legal, and mental health information directly to communities, thus bridging gaps in access and empowering individuals with timely, life-saving knowledge. With more than 200 publications and numerous national and international presentations, Dr. Shuma is widely recognized for his ability to translate research into practice, scalable solutions that uplift communities and strengthen systems of care. Today, we are honored to have him with us as a panelist. His insights on human-centered AI for community health, lessons from Thando AI is in strengthening access, prevention, and everyday decision-making, grounded in both scientific rigor and community realities, are sure to enrich our discussion and inspire new ways of thinking about transformative technologies that are essential in our ever-changing educational landscape. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Dumiso Shuma.
We invite our first panelist, Dr. Dumiso Shuma, joining us online from South Africa. His session is titled Human-Centered AI for Community Health, Lessons from Thando AI in Strengthening Access, Prevention, and Everyday Decision Making. Over to you, sir.
And as indicated, my name is Dr. Dumiso Shuma, and I'm going to be presenting on human-centered AI for community health. Lessons from Thando AI, strengthening access, prevention, and decision-making. Just to give you a bit of context, so you would see that on your right-hand side, there is a picture there that shows a number, +27 703046686. So we have got this chatbot that we have developed, which is based on WhatsApp, which can be used on WhatsApp. So it's a WhatsApp number that gets to be saved, and people can then interact with it. It allows for effective engagement. Particularly, you would understand that in some areas, young people don't have access to information, or you might not be having someone to talk to on a day-to-day basis. So this becomes your friend in a pocket. So it looks at some of the community barriers, like struggles with information access and care. So in some cases, you'll find that there are certain things that you cannot talk to your parents, to your friends, but you can engage with this particular chatbot in your WhatsApp. So you save the WhatsApp number, then from there you begin to chat with it. So the AI provides scalable solution even on our basic platforms. So you find that with artificial intelligence, we are in a position to generate a platform that allows us to engage even through a WhatsApp. And that is the benefit of having this artificial intelligence. And it allows even students and learners in schools to engage with it, ask it questions when they are stuck. In some, not in all cases you would have ease of access to the teachers, but with this artificial intelligence, with this Tando, the chatbot, we are in a position to interact with it even after school. So Tando addresses gaps in various health, climate change, and education challenges. So also just to give you another one, what exactly is this Tando, the chatbot? So Tando, the chatbot is a WhatsApp-based digital companion. So it's a friend basically in a pocket. Like I said, the number is +2770 304 668 6. And also it provides instant, judgment-free health and human rights information. So with Tando, the chatbot, you can interact with it. It's not going to judge you. Even if you have got certain aspects that you would want to talk to it about it, it allows you to engage. It was built using behavioral insights and human-centered design. So this development of this particular tool was done using an approach where we gather information from the communities, we understand what are the gaps, and then they propose potential solutions. And one of those potential solutions was to develop an AI-powered chatbot that could be placed on WhatsApp, because in the South African context, there is high WhatsApp penetration in the communities. A lot of communities, they use a WhatsApp. Hence, this thing was built based on WhatsApp. And also it's scalable and accessible and it's community-driven. So the other part is that there is a need for innovation in the human-centered using human-centered design, because these kinds of approaches, they allow for co-creation of initiatives. So you find that the design of all of this work was actually informed by the youth, by the communities that we serve. And also one of the benefits that it also leads also to increase accessibility. So it's designed for communities with low data, with low literacy, for ease of access to communities. So in the South African context, we've got informal settlements, we've got rural areas. So in all of these areas, they are in a position to actually engage with the chatbot. And also the good part about it is that it also uses localized languages, like it uses local languages and context relevance. So you find that when you begin to interact with it, in a certain local language or in your language, you find that it is bound to respond to you in your language. We haven't tested it in India, and it would be great to have colleagues also testing it to see how it works. But this is the value of AI, and it's applicable in educating not only university students or college students, but also communities at large. And also it uses what we call behavioral nudges, whereby it can be positioned to engage with you and also remind you about medication, remind you about your studies, remind you about certain things that you would need. And this is likely to have an impact in terms of HIV and TB, gender-based violence and femicide information dissemination, also empowering young people in terms of health, education, human rights and all that. Also, it is likely to translate to improved mental health support, climate change. Some of the key lessons that we have had from this particular initiative is that what is important when it comes to the use of AI is not so much about the development of the tool. It's a lot more to do with making sure that it is people-centered and it is driven by the community for the community. So you find that this initiative was co-created to address the needs and experiences of the communities. But also what is also important is that there must be confidentiality and ensure users engage through secure and private interactions. The other thing is around partnerships. Partnerships are very important because you need to partner with the communities. We need to have collaborating partners in different communities, in different areas that begin to use this particular tool so as to increase publicity of the tool. And also system integration, it promotes long-term viability by aligning with existing health system. So that's what makes Tando, the AI chatbot, a very effective chatbot for use to health information dissemination. Future direction, personalized support, digital ecosystem. Also, from this, we're in a position to gather behavioral insights so that for the academics, for the people that want to do their research and publications, they can use this kind of data also to collect data from the communities. Those are some of the benefits of having these kinds of digital platforms or AI-powered chatbots. In closing, I would like to say that a human-centered artificial intelligence can democratize knowledge, strengthen systems, and empower communities, one conversation at a time. So this is the benefit of having AI in the context of education, in the content of social behavior change, communication, in the context of transforming the communities or understanding what are the community needs. Because through AI, through these kinds of chatbots, we're in a position to gather information from the communities, about the communities, and then from there come up with interventions that are tailored to those particular communities through co-creating the work with the communities. Thank you.
Can I speak to that one? No? Try. Try once again. Check. Yeah. Thank you, sir, for that presentation. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. This innovation is path-breaking and a pivotal change in closing the gap through a brilliant display of democratizing knowledge, strengthening systems, and empowering communities. Thank you, sir, for sharing the innovation of Thando AI chatbot with us. Now we open the floor for a question directed specifically to Domiso sir.
Take the mic.
I don't take the mic, please.
Yes.
Go there and quickly.
Good morning, sir. I wanted to ask you that since the AI chatbot you've mentioned, have you seen any reality based issues that have been solved due to this AI chatbot of Thando AI?
Sir was not able to hear the question.
No, I can't hear you.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes. So I want to ask you that since you mentioned about Thando AI chatbot, have you really seen challenges that have been overcome due to the chatbot? Like because of the help of the chatbot, have you seen that the real life challenges have been overcome?
Great question. Yes. I'll give you an example. Actually, for some of the challenges that have been faced by particularly young people. So it's largely relationship-related challenges, whereby you would find that between yourself and your boyfriend, between yourself and your parents, you've got certain differences that you'll be having, or you've got certain relationship structures. And then when you engage with the chatbot, when you chat with the chatbot, it assists in terms of getting you to understand or giving you guidance in terms of how best you can tackle that kind of situation. In some cases, it's about when you don't have information about a certain subject or some information about something that you would want to know about. So it allows you to also chat with it, and then from there it gives you a response. Now, I must say that This is literally, in the literal sense, is a friend in a pocket. In the literal sense, it's a situation that says that when we talk about this, particularly in our context, we say that it is a friend in a pocket. It's someone that you talk to when you are feeling down, when you need information, when you want to know how to handle a certain situation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I thank you for being part of this conference with us. I invite Ms. Belicia Fernandez to introduce our next speaker.
Good morning, one and all. It is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelist, Dr. Monica G. Tilani, whose work continues to shape the future of artificial intelligence. She is an accomplished academician and an expert from Tadomal Shahani Engineering College, Mumbai. She serves as an assistant professor, training and placement officer, and dean for multiple key committees. She holds a PhD in technology with nearly a decade of experience in artificial intelligence and data science. Dr. Tilani specializes in AI, machine learning, deep learning, data mining, big data analytics, and Python programming, which reflects her deep commitment to advancing both theoretical knowledge and practical applications. She has actively contributed through research publications and participations in national and international conferences. Her involvement in such initiatives reflects her passion for exploring how AI can reshape the way we teach and learn. We are truly grateful to have Dr. Tilani joining us virtually today to present her paper, Alchemy of Intelligence, Artificial Intelligence for Transformative Learning at this international conference. With immense respect and appreciation, please join me in welcoming Dr. Monica Tilani with a round of applause.
Our virtual panelist, Dr. Monica Tilani, will address the theme Alchemy of Intelligence, Artificial Intelligence for Transformative Learning. We extend a warm welcome to Dr. Tilani. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for such a great welcome. I'm honored to be the part of the virtual panelists in this particular conference, which is there. So I thank all the trustees, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandanu, Dr. Mr. Anil Hari sir, Kishu sir, and definitely Bhagwan Balani sir. And thanks to my principal sir, Dr. G.T. Tampi, for allowing me to be a part of this conference and always guiding me for this process. Thank you very much. Is it okay if I start sharing my screen? It will be easy for me. Yeah, because if you can make me the host of it, because all the permission can allow, so I can just start with my own. Okay, I'll just do right away. I hope my screen is visible to you all. Yeah, one minute. So I think the screen is visible. So good morning, everyone. The theme being AI into it. So I have come up with the title at Alchemy of Intelligence. but that has been very different now. We have moved from the AI field to more of an agentic AI. So let's dwell into what is basically an agentic AI. So the topic for me, what I have chosen, especially in the learning field, is developing an agentic AI framework for developing digital learning content creation to pupils with various learning styles and learning rates. I hope I'm audible as well. If someone can acknowledge. So developing an agentic AI. So we have heard a lot of chat GPT, generative AI, Gemini come into picture. So let's see what this agentic AI bring to us for a learning institute like us. How can we do that for a digital content creation, and especially with how the learning style will be. So we know the digital learning is widely been getting adopted and the same content is there everywhere. So here in this my discussion will explain how agentic AI can help us in designing the digital content that definitely will adapt to different learning style and learning rate in scalable and practical manner. So what we have in our current digital systems is we try to fit everything in a content delivery, like every part of it in this. We have fixed learning pace for all the pupils. It's not custom created. We have limited personalization at a particular scale to it, and there is high dependency on our manual teacher intervention. So what we see in our typical classroom or in any learning management systems, with people with different abilities receive identical content. Content is not the same for everyone. Fast learners feel disengaged. Why? Because the content is the same. The fast learner being the bright one grasps the thing very fast. But the content which is getting generated is the same for every people. While the slow learners, which requires more of an effort, struggle with it. So what as a teachers, we want to personalize our learning. So but if the group of the people involved is too big, then it becomes not feasible for us. So there is a gap definitely where intelligent systems are required. So we have spoken about, the way I said, agentic AI is being there. We have heard is about AI agent like ChatGPT, Gemini, Brad, this, everything on our tips. That is basically an AI agent. Now we have moved a step forward, which is nothing but an agentic AI. So what we see agentic AI is our next generation of our AI that will operate independently. Whereas what we use as a ChatGPT is an AI agent. Whatever is our task, we give it for that and it will execute our instructions. So the agentic AI is more ahead of our AI. It's the next generation. What happens? It will not follow the script. It will be autonomous, independent enough. But how can it be independent? Suddenly, nothing new can turn up. Yes, it will interact, it will learn, keep it in a memory and try to adapt automatically, and it will continuously learn. The learning is not at the very first instance. Every time it works and adapts continuously like the human we do. We get a new task, we learn, we correct our mistakes, we learn new things, and that is how we try to implement. Same comes to an agentic AI agent. So this is nothing but a brief diagram of how we see an agentic AI. That is the next evolution of artificial intelligence. So the generative AI, we know what we use is excellent in content creation. But agentic AI goes a step forward. It will introduce autonomous. They are independent, they're not dependent. Now, how are they independent? How are they autonomous? How? By learning what is the content or the learner is interacting or behaving, make its own decision, adapt to whatever learning styles which is there dynamically. It's not static at what given it learns and behaves. Every time you feed it, it automatically updates, and that is how it progresses. Similar to how an experienced teacher adjusts to instructions in real time. When the COVID struck, we did learn about how to interact in an online way, how to take exams, how to take lectures. The same as our system, it's autonomous and independent. It learns continuously. It's not a static kind of a learning over there. So this is how agentic AI framework will be. Either which will we have our learning management systems for the students, An agent will be an autonomous. It will not be dependent. It will continuously learn from previous students' interactions, or the students will be allowed free to interact with the systems. So what will happen in this case? The agent will be interacted with whatever learning management systems we have, on which we use for creating content, for our curriculum, for a learning process, for a learning environment. So this is how we allow the agent to interact. Then the student will interact with the agent during the learning process. Student will be exposed to them. They're definitely first is the learning management, where all our curricular and the content is there. Second, the student will be allowed to do an agentic AI. Will create an AI agent, kind of a bot or a robo, you can understand at that time. The student will interact with that, and the agent will assess how the student is interacting, how the learning styles are there, what are the learning rates on the student behavior, performance, and the engagement patterns. So whatever assessment is being done, the agent will dynamically create, it will understand the student psyche, it will understand what data is have, and try to deliver a personal content for it. So you can see this is the framework which we will have. There will be an agent. You can see in the first block which is there, either we'll have our own content, the data which we have, that is our curriculum, our PPT or our notes, or if we have our own learning management systems. So the learning management systems can have curriculum, the learner progress, the environment with the student. There'll be an AI agent, there'll be an agentic AI agent into it. That agentic AI agent will be integrated with our learning management. So it will track the data from what we have. Definitely. Additionally, that agent will also interact with the student. Student will be left open. The student, they'll ask questions, they'll interact. The AI agent, the agentic AI will learn from what question and answer guidance you're getting. Then that intelligent assessment, why? Because we already have our LMS with that. The agentic AI has already interacted. Additionally, the student has already, so it has analyzed the pattern. The student is fast at learning, slow, or what kind of material is required. It will analyze, do its performance, and how can it engage. Based on the student, which is the behavior and attitude and the performance it is there, it will create a personalized content and a rate at which the student will understand. So here when our teachers, when we go to a class, we keep it in our mind that we have a student who are fast and they are slow and they are average. So we keep a content so the average, so that the student with fast can also understand, slow can also cope up to it. But this agentic AI framework will try to generate content based on what students' learning rate is there, learning style is there. So this framework, the agentic, is not a static, it is rule based. It is autonomous. It will learn from what was the student data. It will integrate with the learning management system, the curriculum we already have, because the content generation definitely should not be not related with our curriculum. It has to be fitting in our curriculum. So as the system, the student will interact with the system, the agent will continually assess the learning style, the learning rate, and that is how the content can be generated from each and every learner for it. So how do we cater to the learning style? We've said this is agentic AI. How can it adapt? It can give you a text-based explanation, visual illustrations and diagram, examples, some tasks to given. So rather than labeling our students into rigid categories, what will happen? The system will dynamically select most effective content presentation. It can be through more of a visual rather than being a textual, having some examples, some tasks based on the real-time performance. Now, we see the quizzes are adaptive, the Mayu answers, but here it is more of a learning rate also getting. It's not only getting to a higher, but how the student is interacting and the rate of the student, because everyone will have, I may grasp it very faster, but while implementing, I may be a little slower into it. So yes, the agentic AI will cater to our learning style, definitely to a learning rate. If it is a fast learner, we can have an accelerated progression. If it is an average learner, we can have a standard path. If it's a slow learner, we can have micro remediation, scaffolding, a slow pace, making it understand more, and definitely more mastery advancement instead of time based. It should not be a time, okay, this time it is there. Pace will also be as per the student, the style will be also as per the student. So this agentic AI, what we are talking about, and there are agentic AI available in the real world. It's not only, okay, no, they are not. We have Devon kind of thing, Open AI. There are there which is already be there in the systems. And yes, we being an engineering institute, our student make such agentic AI agent. There are portals available where you can drag and drop, where automatically you build an agent, you give them a specific task. So what will happen? They will ensure that the no learner is being left behind. The progression is slow. The progression is as per the student grasping, the rate at which it takes. So what will happen? What will be the benefit out of it? It will improve the confidence, the engagement, and the long-term retention. That is what we want, and the long-term retention, the knowledge that whatever we learn is there always with us. So what is an agentic AI impact on our education? You can definitely personalize learning at a scale. You can improve your learning outcomes because you are making it as per the student base. So it will be conceptually and more understanding, and retention of the knowledge is very good. The student engagement, because it's not boredom, the teachers are just telling us, it will be more of a text-free game, making them understand. So the learners also becomes very good. We can have a diverse learners environment, fast learners, average learners, and a slow learners. And yes, their educational need is also getting satisfied. Their learning rates is also satisfied. Teacher augmentation, we are not replacing. So remember, I always say, and we have always say, AI will never replace, but it will help us, allow us to focus more on our teaching, learning, pedagogy, and automate our routine tasks. And yes, data-driven pedagogical will have more actionable thing and progress of the learner and the misconception to avoid it up. So from an educational perspective, agentic AI will be true personalization at the scale. It will help us to cater to different people. It will help us to support our driven learners, engagements, and help students to master their own pace. So it is not replacing it up, rather helping the teachers to automate many of our routine tasks, make it more better, improve our own teaching, learning, pedagogy. So it augments teaching by reducing our routine workload, data-driven insights, and it will always help us in developing a higher value instructional content and pedagogical content. And definitely this all will help us to mentor our teaching learning activities and the student progression as well. So I'll end this by saying that the real impact of the agentic AI in education lies in empowering both the learners as well as the teachers. So building this agentic AI agent, we are not replacing our teacher, rather helping us to automate the task. And yes, we are empowering the learners also to improve upon it. So this is what is from my side. I thought, Chris, that how can an agentic AI, right, moving out from a normal AI agent, how can an agentic AI help us in the digital content creation and definitely catering to both learning style of the pupils and the learning rates of the pupils?
Thank you, ma'am, for highlighting the role of agentic AI in facilitating autonomous learning and providing personalized assessments for student-centered learning. As teachers, we must explore how agentic AI can integrate with our learning management systems and our current curriculum. Thank you, ma'am, for the compelling presentation. Now I invite Ms. Stuti Pandya to introduce our next speaker, Professor Dr. Now I invite Ms. Stuti Pandya to introduce our next speaker, Professor Dr. Jayashree Shinde.
Thank you. Thank you, Lekisha. It is a great privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Jayashree Shinde from SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. Dr. Shinde is a professor of educational technology and currently holds the additional charge of Dean, Interdisciplinary Studies. She has completed 30 years of dedicated service at SNDT Women's University. She is the director of UGC's Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center, through which over 2,500 teachers across India have been trained. Her expertise includes educational technology, innovative learning and evaluation strategies, constructivist pedagogies, e-learning, instructional design and ICT-based training. After the NEP 2020, she contributed to 3 national level committees of the UGC and Ministry of Education and has undertaken several major research and development projects in collaboration with the Commonwealth of Learning, Canada. An international resource person, she has worked in Bangladesh, Mauritius, Singapore, Slovenia, and Canada, and continues to serve on several national and international advisory boards and as a trustee of education-focused NGOs. She has always been an active part of BTTC endeavors. She's our external expert in our IQAC as well as Board of Studies in Education. We are delighted to have her join us to present Power Play with AI, sharing insights on the dynamic potential of AI. Let us all welcome Professor Dr. Jayashree Shinde with a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. So do we start? Let me just share the screen. Are you facing any echo? Actually, suddenly my camera's laptop has failed. So I'm using mobile camera, that's all. And if it is disturbing, then I will switch it off. My full screen is not visible. Oh, my full screen is visible. Great, great. So, topic of my session, a very short, brief session is Power Play with AI. I know you have come out. I congratulate the entire BTTC team of faculty and students for this wonderful conference. And I particularly congratulate students because I know they have come out with a book of 100 AI tools. And there will be many experts throughout the day who would be talking about various tools and how effectively you can use those tools, for what purpose, which tool is more useful. So I thought that I will just go in some different way. Let us see how we interact with the AI tool, whether it is ChatGPT or whether it is any other, say nowadays you are using Meta AI, nowadays you are using Gemini. If it is research, you have Research Rabbit, you have Semantic AI, Canva related graphic tools also have AI inbuilt. Let's quickly read a conversation. It's a conversation between a researcher. So you can imagine yourself, you are discussing with your colleague about your topic. So it's conversation between a researcher and a friend. Researcher is giving just a question that I am exploring how sleep affects students' grasping abilities and what data collection techniques would work better. And the answer of a genius friend. The friend is intelligent, the friend has some insight into research, so it's giving answer. So the entire list of sleep diaries, you can use mixed method approach, everything is given. I'm just moving a little fast because these are just examples. That's helpful. How can I link sleep data to grasping abilities? So the questions are very direct. So some tests are given by the friend. Again, the friend is genius. So researcher is not thinking of the test, but the friend is giving the tests. Next question. What are about using wearable devices or actigraphy to track sleep? Then It can provide objective sleep data. Actigraphy is a great option. This, that. How should I structure the survey? So, guidelines about structuring the survey. This is a typical conversation. And then even the friend suggests, so either friend, it may be a teacher or a guide. Now, let us go to another conversation where the researcher is describing and also opining. So it is saying how I want to understand this, I am planning to survey these students of different disciplines, given a goal. Then the friend says, oh yeah, if that is the goal, mixed method sounds suitable. And then you can have cognitive test for grasping abilities. You can have wearable devices. That's helpful. I'm considering. Now see the difference. Researcher is saying I'm considering PSQI. And then friend is endorsing and saying if you want to pair it with cognitive test, then Stroop task or trail making test also will be useful. Then again the researcher is saying how's about academic performance metrics. In contrast with the previous conversation where everything was suggested by the guide or a friend, I am calling it as a friend, but here the researcher is saying what he or she wants to do, and then it is either endorsed or positive sides, negative sides, pros, cons are shared by the friend, and then friend is going one step ahead and saying combination of both or more comprehensive, for a more comprehensive understanding will be useful. So, as I am saying, I would have loved to be there in person so that we could have really interacted and discussed and chatted. If you see these two conversations, what do you think? Which conversations are going to benefit that researcher more? I'm sure the second researcher will benefit more because the researcher himself or herself is thinking. And then friend is like a friend. Friend is like a companion or a thinker or collaborator in generating ideas, endorsing ideas, giving feedback, giving more ideas. Here is another piece. Because this is about education. So let's talk about innovative education assessment strategies. So what specific topics or skills? Now you can read, it's not a friend, it's Meta AI. So if you don't describe, then Meta AI will ask you, which topic are you thinking of covering? Then we are doing physical features of India like mountains, rivers, and plains. I want assessment that go beyond usual pen and pencil. So consider this as useful, generative, creative conversation with Meta AI, where both the parties should be at equal level. Sounds like a great opportunity. There is appreciation even by the Meta AI that, oh wow, so it has a great application, or it's a creative topic, or you can think about project-based assessment. And even you are saying, that's a cool idea. So are we conversing with Meta AI or ChatGPT or Gemini or any AI tool as if we are talking to a human being? And how are we providing our information? How much are we digging out and reaching to exactly what we want is a power play. Exactly. You could also ask them to design a sustainable tourism plan. I love that. What about using technology? Can we do something with Google Earth or GIS? Definitely, students could create interactive maps of virtual tools of India's physical features, labeling, annotating important landmarks, and geographical features. That sounds great. With a great way to assess their understanding of spatial relationship. This is said by us. And then next question. So some feedback, some appreciation, some endorsement, everything goes on. And then there is appreciation. Oh yeah, we can do this also, we can do that also. So that is something which we need to explore. And this is going to be a huge area even of career. We are saying that AI is reducing job opportunities, but who will train us how to use AI is again an empirical question. And I'm just picking at student, teacher, researcher, information and knowledge building stage. I'm not even talking about some products. I'm not talking about robots. I'm not talking about advanced use of AI. Day-to-day 2-minute, 3-minute, 4-minute conversations. Now this is something you might like to see. I'm sure most of you must be doing this every now and then. Diwali hai, greeting manaye. So let me ask AI, if AI can, let me ask Copilot, if Copilot can generate some greeting for me. Correct? So, there was a theme, and you can see the product at right hand. It was our convocation, 75th convocation, and we wanted girls with wings leaping towards the sky. Apprehension, we wanted Indian girls. When you gave Indian girls, AI is giving you saris. Or otherwise, some ghagra choli, not necessarily neutral costume. Then some costume which you may not like to use for academic purpose because this is degree ceremony. So you can see all these images. And many more can be created because every time you are telling AI to change. No, Baba, these are college students, higher education students. Why are you showing me kids? You can see small children, you can see kids. Then there may be prompts such as give me pastel color or portrait feel, as if somebody has painted this. Create this as a painting. So you can see in between 3 images which were like paintings. Sun was mandatory, not downwards but upward. Book doesn't make impact, so remove it. This is too symmetrical and a bit artificial, remove it. Too many girls, and when AI uses and creates graphics, sometimes those are distorted. In some figures, one person has been, one person doesn't have. So many issues, and finally, we got this. And which has birdie appearance also. So what is all this about? What is this all about? Why am I showing you so many conversations and pictures? Does it recall us about micro-teaching skills which we learnt at BA? Is it about questioning skill? Is it about providing feedback while questioning? And is it about prompting? When students don't give answer, we are told, teachers tell, prompt, use proper prompts, appropriate prompts, don't give away the answers. So if we really want a power play with AI, We need to brainstorm with AI. We need to use AI for idea generation. We can seek help of AI in new framework design, new policy making, but not that I want this policy, give me the policy. We need to share our ideas, and framing it can be assessed by AI. When we want to derive alternative solution, AI can be helped with us. Summarization of the ideas, understanding new trends, reviewing related work. Reviewing research AI helps, but then we will come to precautions also. And AI provides feedback. So it can be a good exercise that we do something and tell AI, please check my assignment, please check my work. Anything for further improvement do you want to show me or suggest me? I am ready to do. So I am there, I am ready to do. The brain is mine and you are artificial intelligence. That is the assumption, and that should be the assumption. We will get more power when we are contextually very clear while framing. Sometimes what happens, I have seen people using AI as Google search. Because Google search, we just give in a fraction of second, we seek answers. But when we are talking with AI, let us have some time in our hand and let us have complex purpose also. Our criteria, our format should be ready. We can ask for more examples. We can ask our own area. We can get our own ideas clarified. If there is confusion, most importantly, conceptual clarity matters a lot. So when we have confusion about two concepts, we can certainly say that differentiate between these two terminologies. I am confused. I was thinking when I was going through those earlier conversations in our real life, how many times are we getting our real friends, guides, teachers, companions, colleagues to spend us so much of quality time, and how much time a human being has today. So can AI be our companion for such cognitive discussions, deliberations, debates? Though not entirely, depending, though I'm not even talking about avoiding human beings. But if there is AI and if we want to use ChatGPT or Gemini, then why not in this manner? Why not AI can be used as simulator, generator of ideas, collaborator, thinking assistant, partner in brainstorming, advisor, or as I said, collaborator, basically a collaborator. And we will lose AI power if we are directly submitting. There are now plagiarism AI tools also. So it's no more some secret that I have taken something from AI tool and I am not showing others. Everybody can understand and see and check whether it is your own original text or whether it is AI text. There are many free tools now to identify AI generated text. Not because somebody is watching me, my inner conscious is watching me because I am not happy with what I am giving others, because that is something which is given by AI. And many a times when we duplicate content, we do not establish authenticity, and that is the major issue. We cannot guarantee that whatever, and even AI says that don't depend for authenticity on me, cross-check, always validate. And if we are not giving alternative prompts, the way we have seen in all those question answers and dialogues, then AI will not give us accurate and important and useful information. I have already said don't use AI as search engine. Don't use. Seeking final solutions without understanding the process is also bad. that we are not understanding the process. We are asking direct question, AI is giving direct answer, but we really do not know how that answer is derived. That is also a messy situation. So the last message will be think, brainstorm, generate, and produce. You can do this, I can do this, and we have been doing this because we are intelligent, and this is artificially intelligent. And be with AI, play with AI, but while playing, power play with AI. That's what I just wanted to present today. Do I stop sharing?
Thank you, ma'am, for your creative and informative presentation. It truly highlighted the scope for power play through intentional conversations with AI. We need to use our arsenal of micro-teaching skills like questioning, providing feedback, and prompting in our engagement with AI. Think, brainstorm, generate, produce. We will now open the floor for a brief round of questions directed specifically to our speakers on the virtual platform. Members of the audience may raise their hands and a microphone will be brought to you. We request that the questions be concise and addressed to a specific panelist wherever possible. Hello. Our first question is to Dr. Jayashree ma'am. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. This is Zeba over here. Ma'am, I just wanted to know that being a student teacher, how can we introduce foreplay of AI into our classroom to our students? Because now it's been very common that students are using artificial intelligence in classroom for studying.
Yes. I think there need to be some workshops. I recall 2007 when I was in Regina University of Saskatchewan, Canada. I was teaching a med class for one semester, and one of the students who was all were teachers, so she had taken me to her own school, and the teacher was actually conducting. It was 7th standard class. I'm talking about 2007, and the teacher was conducting a session on his class. We had just barged in with his permission. Can we come and sit and see your class? So he was teaching how to find out copyright, how to avoid plagiarism, and how to identify sources. So authenticity of resources was a topic for such a small kids. It was a shock to me because that time on authenticity we had conducted a research and we had presented a paper on authenticity of resources in Malaysia, and we were thinking, wow, a recent topic. But here 7th standard children are learning authenticity of resources. Today the same way, all this power play we need to explain and discuss with children as workshop. That yes, or at least if I know that be it, but of course we have internships in schools. Even if there is your topic, history or geography as a method in your lesson, can you take out some 5-10 minutes to give exercise or to interact with AI in the class for 5 minutes to demonstrate? Oh, we want this information or we want this particular way. I want, chalo, let's plan a trip to a physical visit. Can AI help us in planning our tour? Let's see. Let us chat. So we can chat in front of learners. We can check authenticity of resources in front of learners. We can even, there should be workshops not only for school students, college, higher education students, teacher trainees on using appropriate prompts, and many experts are working on it. So now this is the area, as I said, that now we need to understand and develop the skills, acquire skills of using appropriate prompts. I think it helps, my answer helps.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your answer. We'll take a question for Dr. Monica. Okay,
Yes.
same answer.
I have another question. How do you interpret the term power play with AI in the context of teaching, learning, and educational transformation? Question to
I think the question was for Dr. Tolani now.
No, sorry.
Is it
This
again?
question is for Dr. Jayashree, ma'am.
Fine. I think I have in a way given answer that in teaching we use AI. You can furnish or you can modify, you can show your session plan to AI and get some ideas. That's why I shown the innovative assessment tool chat. So we can use innovative methodologies, innovative strategies with the help of AI. Our session plan we can discuss with AI, show to AI and say whether it will work or if this is a learning outcome, what additions would you like to suggest? This is for teachers. And in learning, I have already said that let students use AI, but you can guide them and you can monitor, you can be the facilitator so that they are not misusing AI. That can be done. Simulators are there. We can tell AI to create simulators. You can tell AI to create a question bank also. You can train AI, not even train, give prompts to AI to design higher order thinking questions, application level questions, application level MCQs. Then you modify those.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
But today the teacher's problem is they cannot design higher order questions, but AI can design.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation today and for being part of this conference. Thank you for joining with us online.
1 minute, there's one question.
One more question. One more question for you, ma'am.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Jayashree Sushil Kadwani here. I have a question about copyright. What if a person, a poet for example, writes poetry with the help of ChatGPT or Gemini or, like you said, generic AI, generative AI, whatever you call it.
Yes.
So who does the copyright belong to in a situation like this?
Truly be speaking, AI works just as companion and AI doesn't talk about copyright, but of course, as I said, there are now tools which can access. It is said that at the bottom, whenever we are producing some piece, so I showed many photographs. So if we are using those photographs, generally even if we get photos from Pixabay or any graphic portal, we write that this is taken from here. So AI is suggesting that at least write that this is result or product of discussion with AI, discussion with ChatGPT, discussion with Meta AI. This is what is suggested. But I need to explore more about scientific copyright.
Sorry, I need to interrupt you. Like you suggested that when we say we prompt to AI, right? That this is exactly what I'm looking for. We give it dimensions, perspectives, our points of view. So how does that make an AI copyright, if it does?
AI is not claiming, I have not read so far, that AI has a copyright, but AI has the right to be a partner in our intellectual product. If we are interacting with AI, we are giving prompts, but answers were not known to us. That's why we sought help of AI. So, in research, we have practiced that whatever we publish, we write the name of guide also. Scholar's name will be first, but guide's name will be after that at least in publications. Similarly, if it is expecting that at least we need to write that this is the output of interaction with AI, with Gemini. There is no harm On the contrary, it's utter honesty. And that it will not mean that everything AI has given us. People understand because now AI uses just started. We need to take precaution. We need to be cautious that nobody is misusing it. Nobody is holding entire copyright with ourselves and taking help from AI. Even that should not happen. But as I admit, I haven't explored this copyright issue in depth. I have just reached to the sentence that this is a product of conversation with AI.
Okay, the final question that I have for me and for you, Doctor. Let's say you are in a committee that judges poetry, for example, and somebody's created natural without going to AI to any of the apps available, ChatGPT or whatever. But there's another guy who uses ChatGPT and creates poetry. And acknowledge that okay, it's also with the assistance of AI. How would you judge it? How would you decide who wins or who is? I mean, where do the copyrights come here? Why would you consider somebody less than the other?
My answer will remain same. I have not explored copyright issue yet with AI.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Because I generally, my colleagues know I come from open access background more. But issue of copyright is also important. So we need to explore more.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining with us. We can now have questions for Dr. Dumisa Shuma. Yeah, we keep it open. You can start and just address whichever panelist.
Okay. So, sir, good morning. I wanted to ask you that could you please share with us what gaps or challenges you observe in traditional public health systems that inspired the creation of Thando AI?
Great question. I think the primary gap is around ease of access to experts. Look at it from this point of saying that in most cases, when someone wants to have access to a teacher, wants to have access to a doctor, a nurse, even to ask a basic question, they need to wait up until such a time whereby it's during the course of the day and they go and queue. But in some cases, they just want to ask a simple question in a conversational manner. So they want to interact with someone in the form of a conversation. So through Thando, the chatbot, you're in a position to an AI that would then sound like you're talking to a person or someone to talk to. So that is the major gap that actually inspired the whole idea, whereby you would want to have ease of access to information, ease of access to expert advice, and also direct referral to some of these experts. That is, I think, that's the primary component. Of course, there are other reasons why some of the challenges that we identified around confidentiality, around aspects to do with the continued support and retention in care, around simplified ways of interacting, of interpretation of what you would have been taught or what you would have been provided information to, particularly in the health space. So those are some of the reasons. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Any more questions to our online? Yes, Dr. Maya.
A question for you, Doctor. How do you ensure privacy in the matter of healthcare? Because if everything is out on the net and all the chatbots pick up everything, whatever is available, how do you ensure privacy in the healthcare segment?
Yes, perfect. So you would find that the design of this particular tool is actually encrypted. So there is a back-to-back encryption, and also we ensure that there is no we manage it from a controlled online environment, which is encrypted, and this prevents ease of access from anyone else outside yourself when it comes to your phone. But also the other part is that you can also set up like normal WhatsApp from your side when you're using it. You can also set up disappearing messages. So it allows you to have disappearing messages. So look at it from a point of saying that this platform is just like having a WhatsApp partner or someone that you're chatting with on a regular basis. So, but on the side of that's someone else, no one else has got access to that kind of information. It's only up until you send out triggers. And these triggers, we classify them as say that maybe you are being raped, you are being abused, so there are certain keywords that we're using that signal the fact that someone is in danger. So you would find that there are certain people who are being subjected to rape, or they are being subjected to certain things that are outside their will. So it sends out triggers that goes to experts who then reach out directly. So you find that when you log in, we would ask you what is your age. And then as you are engaging with it, the platform gets to know more, the agentic AI gets to know more about you and where you are, what you do, and what are some of the issues that are affecting you. And then when you send out those kinds of like trigger words that are indicating that you are under distress or you're in danger, it sends out a trigger to psychologists, to social workers that are in the network, who then reach out to you. So it's only that particular trigger that will be sent out, not your entire conversation with the platform.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question for Dr. Tolani. Dr. Tolani, you said that agentic AI measures the levels of intelligence of students.
Yeah.
But intelligence and cognitive skills also depend on, like Dr. Jayashree said, on the sleep patterns. There's a strong gut-mind connection. So
Yes.
how, agentic AI can't measure the emotions of a child at a particular moment. So how then can they grade the intelligence of a child?
Ma'am,
that particular
we
question.
went from it. Now what we see, the chat GPT and all is an AI. It's a kind of a static, whatever prompt we give it, it responds to that. But an agentic AI is an autonomous, and it is learning and adapting dynamically. So what are we doing in an agentic AI? We are building it with the PRAS data, and we are allowing the current users to also interact. So it is how we are interacting. It is learning, assessing our styles from it. So the way we behave, the way we interact. So when we behave, we interact, it is a part of our emotional intelligence also playing a role. If we are dull at that time, we may not be, and that is what it was, learning style and learning rate. That time when I'm interacting, if I'm not in a mood, the way I interact with the agent would be a very different. So the content at that time when I am interacting with an agent would be completely different. Why? Because it is assessing my rate and my style. Similarly, next time if I am at a very different mood and very different area, it is dynamic. The way I interact with my systems, the system will analyze that, how I am, how my rate is going on, and that is how. And I use the word context aware also, and autonomous, and being independent, being scalable, being dynamic. So this is what makes an agentic AI different than a normal AI agent. So what we agentic AI is completely analyzing, completely assessing the details behind that.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. I would like to address my question to you. Yeah. So, what does alchemy of artificial intelligence signify in the context of AI enhanced learning according to you?
So alchemy is intelligence. The word used alchemy is having everything related to intelligence, and mine was more towards making it more towards a teaching learning part. Why? Because we here is an educational institute. We as a teacher over here, we are grasping each and every activity. So it's not only a routine mandate task which we go in the class. We have to learn from the student perspective also. And yes, when we are going and we say, I said very clearly, when we teach in the class, we teach it at an average level, making it understand. It goes to the lower, it goes to the average, it goes to the fast. Fast learner may feel it a little, we are going a little slow. Average learner will grasp it properly. Slower learners may take time to grasp it up. So alchemy of intelligence in AI agent is what is covering each and every assessing style of us. So we are not replacing our teacher, rather helping us to come up more with what our daily routine, what activities we do, rather mastering the path of it, assessing the student level, and helping us to automate many of our routine tasks. So the agentic AI, that way alchemy, it's covering each and every part of my AI.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for those thoughtful questions and our appreciation to the online panelists for their responses. We now move on to the online segment of the international conference. Offline.
Hi, Dr. Solani. I have this question to all the panelists, Dr. Anusha, Ramanathan, Ms. Sapna, Alvani, and Mr. Satlej, Monica, because I asked the same question to Dr. Shinde. Can you hear me now? This is a question because it's very valid to, it's very important for all the media persons, especially professional filmmakers and advertising guys. And therefore the question to Dr. Monica Tolani, Dr. Anusha Ramanathan here, and Sapna Chandrani and Satyaj Shinde. The thing is, there's no clarity on copyrights. Like somebody said, that when you take the help of AI, any of those AI tools available, we need to acknowledge the use of the tools. My question to all the panelists out here is, why would I want to do it? It's like this. If I'm a team of writers, we have a team of writers here, and then I also ask opinions from various teammates, and they give you a few suggestions. We don't acknowledge them as script writers. There's somebody else who authorized script writers. So does that same rule apply to AI? It's a question to all of you.
Actually, there are rules around this. There are legal rules around this also that are getting framed. So, for instance, now Netflix, YouTube itself have come out with rules that say that if you use AI, 11 Labs is something that a lot of social media influencers use to create content, to voice clone themselves so that they can be less stressed. And now YouTube has come up with a policy which says that if you use AI, and you are you have used AI which is unacknowledged, then we will not allow you to monetize it. We will allow you to publish it but not monetize it. There are people who are using Suno as a collaborative framework where they will use this for music and they will edit and remix. Now there is a percentage difference that comes in, and you can acknowledge percentage differences. This is there in research also. When you said that, someone has given me an idea, do I acknowledge them as a co-author? It depends. There are places like ICER, which is for science research, where everyone gets written up, and there are sometimes 8-page papers with 10-page authors, where everyone from a data collector to the peon who was involved in the lab elections, everything is written up in an alphabetical order, and that's how the authorship is determined. because they say everyone contributed to that research piece coming out. And then there are others like us in social sciences who will say we will acknowledge you, not give you authorship, because the idea, the development of the idea is sometimes considered even more important than the idea. Everyone could have an idea, but ultimately, so it's like, do I give credit to someone who bought the vegetables, or do I give credit to someone who cut the vegetables, or do I give credit to someone who cooked the vegetables? And you can figure out the fact that the chef is the one who gets all the credit. The dishes get named after the chef and so on. So these are points that you would have to think about. But we also know that chefs will sometimes tell you that the cutting is as important for the dish as the cooking of it. So you will have to determine the product as to what was the most valuable contribution in there, and then give authorship. So it comes with AI as well. Did I use AI to enhance something that I already essentially had? Or did I use AI to cheat my way through and deny human connection? So to go back to your question on poetry, I'm a language educator, it would determine, am I valuing the product and the experience of the reader who is listening to the poetry more than the process of creating the poetry? And that would, determine a lot of my engagement of whether there is. So then you will have rules which say do not use AI. Did you have those rules up front? Otherwise, if you didn't have it, it's not fair. It's not fair to say that you can't use the tool after you have got the product. You should have put it up front. So these are questions that are there, and these are rules that are getting framed as agentic AI, as Dr. Tolani was talking about. Now agentic AI can even evaluate your poetry for you. Is it about the emotions of two humans sharing an emotion across time and space? Or is it about the fact that how did you feel about something? And if that is all that you're caring about, then it doesn't matter who the creator was. And if you care about, it is about human to human interaction, then you do care about who created it. And then you would not allow AI in creations to be part of it at all, part of the process at all. So these are questions that you will have to think about, and it will change. Sorry.
No, I need to add here one thing, Dr. Misha, because it's very important for all of us here that we realize, even for the students out here. The question, I'm adding to what you're saying, Dr. Misha. This is a case that really recently happened with a friend of mine who's a writer, who's an author. He has published his book about 2023, and the book was published, it was acclaimed, whatever. You probably know about the book, and I'm not going to. Then the publisher later on Amazon started putting her name as editor and as XYZ, almost to the level of saying, oh, I am a co-author here. But as a publisher, as you will know, is normally the one who edits the whole thing, the manuscript. They have a right to. It doesn't make them an author. Similarly, when we use AI, whatever app or whatever format, it doesn't make it an author. This is my conviction as a filmmaker, as an author. I don't think that makes AI, because AI cannot work. It's like this earlier. There were stenographers who would copy. Say Dr. Bharani, for example, is writing something. He could not do it himself. He's the principal of the college, Dr. Mayashani. They would ask their stenographers to copy down whatever they say. So I look at AI as a stenographer early era, or maybe an assistant. It's nothing more than that. Because unless you prompt it the right way, it's not going to do exactly what you want to do. So am I right? What do you think about it? Thank you.
Okay, first of all, AI is just an assistant. It's your co-pilot, it's not your pilot. And what you need to understand is calculator was a moment in our generation. When it came in, people never realized that during exams, calculator will be allowed. Nobody spoke about it. Nobody speaks about it now. It's become a part and parcel. AI, anything is just a tool that amplifies and aids us. That's it. It's just that we are now in a transition stage. So for us to understand what the laws will be, how we will evolve and progress, time will say. But you're absolutely right. There's a lot which is going on around the world, and people are debating and discussing So we do not have anything which is cast in stone at this point, but it's all work in progress.
Thank you. I like the answer. Thank you so much.
I would just like to add that I disagree that it is a stenographer, because even authors will have the choice to decide that we will not accept editors' edits. We have people like Charles Dickens who have rejected it, Salinger who has rejected edits. And so if we blindly accept AI, reframing, then we give away our framing of an idea and our existence identity. And so then AI is, to be. And there are authors who talk of their editors as collaborators with them. They talk of that in their acknowledgement pages. So we will have to think about it a little bit more than just a stenographer who is copying. Then you use the dictaphone and get a transcription. That's different. That's not AI.
No, see, I mean, again, I don't agree, but then it's a long way to go. We'll discuss it some other time. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you to a big round of applause. Thank you to all our panelists for this interesting and conversative Q&A session. Let us move on to the next segment.
We now move forward with the offline segment of the conference. And for this, I'd like to invite Ms. Belicia Fernandez to introduce our in-person panelist, Ms. Sapna Changrani from Dubai Scholars Private School, Dubai.
It is my privilege to introduce a truly transformative educational leader, Ms. Sapna Changrani, head of school at Dubai Scholars Private School, a visionary leader who seamlessly blends human intelligence with artificial intelligence. Ms. Changrani has always actively taken part in our BTTC activities. She is the international member representative of our Board of Studies in Education. With over 20 years of dedicated experience, she is deeply committed to student agency, teacher empowerment, and innovation in education. Her initiatives such as DS Conclave, TEDx platforms, and explorations on AI in education reflect her deep belief that technology must always be guided by empathy and purpose. Today, as she presents her insights to us on blending human intelligence with artificial intelligence, reimagining learning, leadership, and school ecosystem, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for taking the time to be here. Your presence enriches our international conference. A round of applause for Ms. Changrani. I would now like to invite our principal to felicitate her as a token of our appreciation.
Yes. Sir, please. I would now invite Makina Mojan to introduce. I would now invite Makina Mojan to introduce Dr. Anusha Ramanathan.
A very good morning to one and all. It is a pleasure to introduce Dr. Anusha Ramanathan, a distinguished scholar practitioner in teacher education and literacy studies. She is an assistant professor at the Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, School of Education, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai.
Her work spans English language education, assessment literacy, digital pedagogy, MOOCs, and teacher professional development. Dr. Ramanathan is actively involved in national and international projects on inclusive education, multi-literacies, and EdTech capacity building. Grounded in human-centered design and critical pedagogy, her work foregrounds equity, reflection, and accessibility. Through close collaboration with teachers, policymakers, and students, she contributes to creating learning environments that are academically strong, socially responsive, and future-ready. Today, we are honored to have you amidst us as one of our panelists. We look forward to your depth and insight on the critical perspective on your presentation on pedagogies of possibilities, reimagining teaching and assessment in the AI era. Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us today. With great pleasure, I invite Principal Dr. Bhagwan Balani to honor Dr. Anusha Ramanathan. On behalf of Principal Dr. Bhagwan Balani, I invite Professor Dr. Mandeep Kaur Kochar, our Vice Principal, to do the honors. Thank you. We are honored to have among us Mr. Satish Shende, a seasoned technology leader with over 13 years of experience in software development, EdTech, and AI integration. He is the tech lead at the Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, School of Education, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, India, where he has led large-scale digital learning initiatives impacting thousands of teachers and students across multiple states. Mr. Shende is known for building robust open edX based platforms, integrating AI-driven tools, and developing scalable cloud infrastructures. A key contributor to the award-winning CLIX project, he has also advised governments and educational institutions on ICT infrastructure and hybrid learning models. Since 2024, he has been actively advancing generative AI use in education. Today, Mr. Shende, as one of our panelists, will offer insights about artificial intelligence on the topic AI for academia. Thank you, sir, for being here with us today. With great pleasure, I invite our principal, Dr. Bhagwan Balani, to kindly felicitate Mr. Satish Shende. Thank you.
I am privileged to invite our panelist, Ms. Sapna Changrani. Her presentation is titled Blending Human Intelligence with Artificial Intelligence, Reimagining Learning, Leadership, and School Ecosystems. Over to you.
Okay, so can you hear me? Right? Can you hear me at the last? Check 1, 2. Now, okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, when there is youth in the room and there is no energy, then we can't proceed. So loud cheer for yourselves. Come on, let me hear. You want to be future teachers, right? Yes or no? So where is the energy? Because if you don't bring energy in your classroom, then you know what the kids are going to do, right? Yes or no? Yes. Thank you, thank you. First of all, my heartfelt gratitude to BTTC College. I am actually feeling that I'm back home because whenever I come here, I've addressed students and spoke about my school and joining and things like that. Today it's a different platform altogether. But the feeling and the sentiment is just the same. Why? Because I know for a fact that quite a few of yours, of your caliber and your potential, you will be in our school very soon. Come on, give it up for that, guys. We have some excellent teachers from BTTC, young teachers in the span of 3 or 4 years. They have taken up leadership positions and they're doing really very, very well. So I'm not here today to promote the Vice Scholars or BTTC for that matter. I'm just here to bring home a very simple message. Everyone talks about AI. We're all moving towards AI and and will replace AI and all that. We've heard it through and through. But the most important thing that we are missing is us. Human. Human has the power to design. Human is behind. And exactly what Dr. Maya said in the beginning, where is the soul? So my presentation is all going to be about how human can take the best advantage and leverage on everything what AI has to offer just to amplify and to aid with your teaching and learning. To start with, if you give a Formula One car to a 16-year-old, absolutely powerful, flawless, what do you think is going to happen? But no training. Anyone wants to take a wild guess? Crash. Why? Because speed is the reason of accidents. Speed cannot be progress. And the biggest debate today is not human intelligence and artificial intelligence. It is speed versus substance. Do we really want our education system or schools or institutions work on the basic aspect of making it deeper or faster? And that's what we have to answer and deconstruct and see where we are. Just going a bit back. Next. Who is the guru? And I'm using the word guru just exactly what Mr. Niranjan said and Dr. Maya said. Guru, is it? Next. If you could just go on. That's it. Thank you. Okay, is it you? Is it AI or you? I think there's some problem with the, yeah? This is what happens when you are dependent on technology. In your classrooms, if you don't have plan B, trust me, you're not a good teacher. So AI or any technology will only help you enhance and aid further. They will not be able to take charge. Because unless and until human does it, do it, nothing can help. Is it AI or you? This is one deep question you need to ask. That how much can you let AI take over everything what a teacher has to do? Because when we started as a guru, shikshak, then teacher, then now we say facilitator. But trust me, the way our generations are moving, we are performers. To engage someone for 8 classes back to back in a day, you need to be a performer. It is the sad part, but it is the truth. You need to be able to engage students of today's generation in the language they understand, not in the way you are teaching, you are learning yourself. So the first and most important thing any teacher should do is to learn the skill of unlearning. Learning is easy, unlearning is very, very difficult. Next. why we must talk about AI now. Of course, this is a conference and we are here to talk about AI, but let's deconstruct and understand it further. Next. Whether it's the hope or the fear. Are we hopeful with AI or are we fearful about AI? Next. Look at this meme. AI took my job. AI took my job. AI took my job. But very carefully look at the last line. To the next level. Just understand the imagery over here. AI took my job to the next level. So your perception the first time you saw was AI took my job. And look at the gap to the next level. That's the gap we have to bridge the difference. Because we are all thinking that AI will be taking our job, but actually AI is going to take our job to the next level only if we use it sensibly and wisely. And a human design has to be able to challenge itself and AI, only then you will be able to get some outcome that will take your job to the next level. It's just this bit. That's it. AI is nothing. It is the human. Your prompt. A little tip and technique over here. When you put your prompts, how many words? What's the average word limit? Anyone can say? What's the average word limit you put for a prompt? For any prompt? How many words? Words. How many words? 20. 450 words is the ideal number of words you need to put for a prompt to get an outcome of what you really need. AI is an algorithm. It's an LLM that has been generated for over last 6 months, so it has only that data. If you want the outcome to be more refined, more strategic, more helpful, then you need to be very good with your prompting. There is a structure, a framework that people follow to prompt. Prompt is not just make my lesson plan better. That's not the prompt you need to give. When you talk about agentic AIs, you talk about custom GPTs, it is very important that you put your standards, your curriculum, because curriculum can evolve, pedagogy doesn't change. Pedagogy only evolves with your classroom and the data and the students that you have. So it's so important for you to understand that AI will be only helpful to the time a human mind is able to. So you need to be a better critical thinker, a better planner to be able to use AI to that level. Next. So this is a little research which you all would be knowing, where how much time a lesson plan takes if you're using AI, what kind of data analysis you can do, and how much of student feedback you can actually gather and then take forward to it. So you have to understand that we are looking at problem solvers and mystery crackers here. Next. The research is saying that 43% of teacher tasks can be automated. That's the research. And yes, AI and teacher together will be around 70%. So you are working in collaboration. Please understand, we have to learn from AI or we have to learn with AI. Do not use ChatGPT as a source for knowledge. Use it as a skill to brainstorm, to challenge it, and only then the outcomes that you're really looking at will be helpful. And this is not because I'm saying or people will talk about it. This is tried and tested, and I'll talk to you about our research and case study, which in our school we've conducted over the last 2 years. Next. So we spoke about the hope that our lesson plans will be great, our pedagogy will improve, our curriculum will be enhanced, all that. But the fear is the truth. The fear is not losing the job. No one is losing the job. Fear is this. Fear is what is happening with our students. Every week, around 560,000 people are exchanging messages with ChatGPT. And that indicates mania and psychosis. This is a real fear. They use it as a friend or a vending machine or something where you can just, as a counselor who would help them, but in turn is triggering a lot of suicidal tendencies. That is something, ethical judgment. The people and students are not realizing because there is no direction. The first thing every institution should do is to draw up a policy and reinforce it at every given point. So as a teacher, you need to understand as a part of your induction and as a part of your coursework how important AI policy is. And to standardize AI policy, we have to make a very concentrated effort. Because unless and until we do not understand how to guide our kids, like Dr. Jaya mentioned about year 7, being exposed to all kind of authenticity and copyright measures, please understand that AI is way faster. I was using Gemini 2.5. A week's time, it's Gemini 3. It's Nano Banana. We are in a world where on a daily basis, things are getting obsolete and we are under that threat to go on. But as teachers, you are far more responsible to understand that don't go with the flow. Be sensible, pause, step back, reflect and understand and then guide your kids. It's a process that you need to consciously adapt to. Just not because your supervisor is asking for a lesson plan to come on a deadline and that's how you have to generate one and share it. Unless and until it doesn't have substance, the speed will have no value. Next. So when we are all data-driven people. There is a lot of data available in the world. So basically, we are data-rich, but we are not data-informed. We need to understand that there is science behind everything what we do and how we do. So when we deconstruct this entire problem, next, we understand how human intelligence is helping, how artificial intelligence is helping, and how it coexists and co-creates into something which is far more valuable. So if you look at the core strengths here, there is a contextual judgment when it is human. There is creativity, there is abstraction, there are human emotions involved. Whereas when we talk about artificial intelligence, it has more of patterns, analysis. Yes, both are important, but more and more you go and you understand this will be the foundation. This will always supersede, because in silo, if you use anything, then it's going to be detrimental. You need to understand that when biases, that's the most important thing, because we are human beings at this. I mean, no matter what we do, we will have our biases. And to challenge biases is not easy, because they are more subjective in nature and not objective. Next. So while she's changing this, so there are certain decisions that we have to take while we are operating on a daily basis. Whether even if it's a circular that you have to send out, communication, anything what AI gives us is just a draft. How you work upon it, what you bring it to you is your wisdom and your experience. Do not neglect that or negate that at any given point. If you want to experiment, yesterday itself, I was in a school where we had an activity where there were 3 groups given 3 benchmarks. One, they used without ChatGPT, brainstormed as a team. The other group used only ChatGPT and came up with answers, and the third one used both of them. It was evident that the third group was far more powerful than each one of them. And still, the second was the human, and the third is ChatGPT. What ChatGPT really gave you is a structure to your thought process. But if your thoughts were wrong, the outcome of ChatGPT was absolutely something that cannot be practical because it has no context at all. Bias mechanism, it's so important to have the emotional bias, and there's so many examples on a day-to-day basis. When we start using AI, we realize that a child has not done well. That's what the dashboard says. But the child has a problem at home that the dashboard doesn't say. The child is not well, dashboard doesn't say. The child is going through anxiety, dashboard doesn't say. Even your tests of PASS or any other psychometric tests are not able to reveal what the problem is. It's the human touch, the connection over correction, which a teacher can only identify. So in the process of learning a lot of AI, do not lose the human element, do not use the personal connection, and just keep developing and building on it, because that's what really is important. So I was asking this question about copyright and assistance. Trust me, no matter how much we do, this will just be an assistant. But the more and more we try and copy it and try to see that, okay, the larger it goes. Like I've seen so many people who could write better now are using ChatGPT to even send birthday messages. Because it's easier, faster. And this transition, today you might feel it's a very mundane thing. Condolence messages, easy to go through, but there are no feelings attached. So the way we are classically conditioning ourselves, that's the outcome. And this is fearful. This is scary. Again, it's the human mind, not AI. AI will excel in patterns, but not in emotions. Next. So we have to be very sure about how competing they are or how collaborative they are. According to all researchers, so far, it is just the collaboration that will work. And the reason why I'm saying this again and again for young teachers is we have seen that. We had a very interesting observation last week in a classroom where the teacher ran a complete lesson based on AI. And you had 30 students in the class on the device, working on it beautifully. Learning was there, everything was fine, but there was no collaboration. And the only feedback was, use AI, but use it as flip class. Use it something that you do as a prerequisite, not something that in the classroom, because you are avoiding kids to have that kind of collaboration and that kind of connection with each other. Because what happens is when you come out of the classroom, children are not able to connect with each other. And still, no matter what you do, people management will be the biggest problem that they will face when they are employed somewhere. AI, they will learn. How will they learn the attitude? That's a big question. Next. So the world needs more of problem solvers or mystery crackers. Now, anyone here can tell me what's the difference between problem solver and a mystery cracker? Problem solver or a mystery cracker? Problem solver is your AI, pure AI. They understand patterns, okay, this is a tension point, they will give you solutions, of course, depends on their LLM and your prompt, they will give you solutions, but mystery crackers are the one that fight assumptions, that challenges it. And today, if you want to be a leader, you need to be a mystery cracker because we are living in a world of uncertainties. COVID-19 taught us how world can stop and how we will force ourselves to do things that which we never wanted to do, but we have to do it. So we are living in a world which is so unpredictable, and no matter how many patterns you have, if you don't use your mind, then you're not able to crack the real problem. Just give you a little example. Next. So Guru we had a mystery in grade 9, so there were multiple choice questions, and you could see that students really did well because was it the guesswork, the trends, the pattern, they understood multiple choice was right. But as soon as you gave them the extended written task, lack of thinking, that was a failure. So the dashboard clearly said the same set of students are able to solve the MCQs, but when it came to reading and writing, there was a huge problem because everything we want is to be very instantaneous. Everyone wants that, okay, I put in and I get it out. No one is ready to take that extra effort to understand that every skill is important, even handwriting. Because everyone debates here that says that no, we are in a day and age where it's all about typing, nobody writes. But not understanding the science behind it, that how writing is important to improve your gross motor skills. So these are the things which teachers, at least at their level, should not miss. Next. Students couldn't recognize the right answer from other options, but they could, but they could not explain it. Because there is no scope for them to debate, to brainstorm, to write, because everything is so AI generated, even from the teacher's side, that she is instantly giving them that this is what the dashboard says, this is what your learning gaps are, these are your next steps. Next. So, the mystery was the guru had to change the task, add oral reasoning, build vocabulary, and that's how you build it up. So all this, unfortunately, is now a mystery cracker than a problem solver. Next. This is what AI helps the guru to see the pattern and track the mysteries. Next. This was a case study 2 years back. We came up with a 3-year AI integration plan in our school. The first step was awareness. Second stage was all the tools that were used by our teachers were analyzed. We built a DS AI think tank forum and came up with at least 15 AI applications which the teachers were using very well, and we could see the impact in the classrooms, which actually helped better teaching and learning. And the result was 87% of our staff used at least one AI out of the surveys that we conducted. This was the outcome. And then 74% rely mainly on one general purpose, which is the generative tool like ChatGPT. And then 81% says it boosts speed, but only 32% trusted its accuracy. And those 32% were the ones who had the custom GPTs, and those were the ones they were using because they were their standards and their goals that were put in there for them to come up with the accuracy. Overall verdict was fast but not always right, only as good as the human checks it. And this is because what I told you all earlier, it sounded that, okay, this is theory, but this is now tested and proved. For 2 years, we are working on this, and the more and more we understand and use AI applications, we realize that we have to be extremely, in fact, we have to be better critical thinkers now, be able to challenge AI. Because AI is upping their game. Are we as human beings upskilling ourselves or not? That's a big question again. Next. When it comes to leadership, lesson innovation, student interaction, everywhere we see that AI is being used, and it's good that it's being, it just has to be vetted through and through and checked again in terms of how human involvement can change the tone and the judgment of it. Next. The most important skill today is to know what you have to use and what you shouldn't use. Because there's so many tools in the market, people just want to use it thinking that this is a good try. For learning purposes, I can understand, but something which is not tried and tested and not safe is really harmful. There was a teacher unintentionally took pictures of students and show them their avatar of how they would turn out to be, of the chosen careers they had to. It was a big rage on Instagram as well. Grade 4 students, if they wanted to be doctors, engineers, so the teacher put their pictures and they showed them that how they would look 5 years down the line. But the biggest problem was all their pictures were shared on ChatGPT. There was no privacy of data, nothing. Absolutely no ethical judgment there. So there are, and this was definitely not intentional. This is how that you want to use AI. So how, want to, need to, all this has to be clearly understood by the teacher. Next. So what does a future-ready guru look like? Use AI with judgment, blend human insight and the machine tool. You have to be very, very cognizant about it. Model ethical and digital behavior. Very, very important. If your school does not have a policy, if your institution doesn't have a policy, it should be right there, reinforced at every given opportunity. Just let's not be as a part of a rat race where we have to go just because the world is moving towards it, and be a part of it. Use your mind and use your soul. That should be. Yes, next. From fear to practice, 3 things. This is what we can do. We use very now, if you have not used AI, which will not be the case for sure, everyone has used AI, but try to see how you can use as something which I would like to share. I will share it with Dr. Kocher. All the applications that we've used in our school, tried and tested, I'll share the links. You as teachers, it would be helpful for you to use them, and maybe there are some of them which are already as a part of your book. Yeah. That's the future we are building. AI gives information and human gives interpretation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for highlighting both the importance and the limitations of artificial intelligence, and for emphasizing that we must learn to collaborate with AI to enhance our skills rather than use it as a source of knowledge or become overly dependent on it. As you rightly stated, speed has little value if it is not grounded in substance and critical thinking, a point that is particularly relevant in today's context.
It is with great pleasure that I invite our next panelist present here today, Dr. Anusha Ramanathan. She will be speaking on pedagogies of possibilities, reimagining teaching and assessment in the AI era. Over to you, ma'am.
Right. I will thank you, and you have my presentation, and you will move the slides. I'll let you know when. I will try and keep it short because honestly, Sapna has given a lot of context to what I'm about to speak, so I'll build on it. What I talk about is pedagogies of possibilities. This is not something that I had coined. It is based on Paulo Freire's critical pedagogy that Peter McLaren in 1999 talked about as a pedagogy of possibility. And now I'm just revamping that to look at how it suits in AI world. And so thank you for setting the context of what writing and extended writing tasks do, and how you could add oral reasoning, because that's really what I will speak about and extend on in terms of what assessments look like and reimagining teaching and assessments in this AI era. I also want to focus on the fact that we need to be keeping humanity in mind, and so let's look at not just blindly adopting AI because it's the newest kid on the block, or also panicking because it is the newest kid on the block, but actually meaningfully and thoughtfully trying to inculcate it. So if you go to the next slide, it's a really long, in a sense, when we look at it, that especially in higher education, and I would say teacher education comes in that area, there is this convenient assumption across as we grow older and older, right? Like through school education, young students get tested a lot in orals. They will be told, tell the poetry and show the things, but then as they grow older, extended writing becomes an evidence for thinking. And so we all related to this belief that essays are one kind of elements. Of course, now we also have MCQs which are there, but writing for us has become a proxy for cognition. We think that it is quiet, it is stable, it is unquestioned evidence of learning. And right now what it is doing is, AI is doing, next slide, is really questioning that. It has broken that illusion. AI is not dramatically, but not with trumpets, but it has kind of quietly, efficiently, and too competently told us that a great prompt can be great writing. And so AI breaks that assumption about writing for us, where generative AI can now write cleaner, faster, better, more coherent. Actually, I keep reading essays that my students now write thanks to Grammarly AI, and I bemoan the lack of grammatical inaccuracies that were there earlier, where you would just tear your head out and say, "वो बोलने की कोशिश क्या कर रहे हैं? What are they trying to say?" Because now AI produces these introductions and conclusions that are so elegant. Even when they are saying very little, they seem to be saying a lot. And suddenly, for us as teachers, writing has stopped behaving. And it is no longer trustworthy of any understanding, because I don't know, and while yes, there are AI plagiarism tools, but it's very difficult to distinguish what was the prompt and how much of it was the idea and how much of it is really about the AI translation and focus. So I would try and think about those elements and focus on those a bit. By the way, this is not a student problem. It is also not a teacher problem alone. It is a pedagogical issue, and that's the idea that really comes in as we have to start thinking about what are we valuing in education. If someone has used their ideas and put it up in Marathi, for instance, and spoken into an app, and then that has transcribed it, and then translated it, and then edited it, and then that comes out, and it is flagged as AI plagiarism, the question comes in, is it? And that's something that we'll have to grapple with in a country where there is high multilingualism issues, where we are constantly talking about including multilingualism, where colleges are asked to go multilingual. We will have to grapple with this aspect of whether, if I am looking at an AI which is using translation, what do I do? So in the next slide, and I'm going to be quick about some of these slides. You will have to move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So again, we can move to the next slide because I think we will be quicker. Yeah. I would like to think about an AI as not an enemy necessarily, but also not really a friend, but a mirror. Thank you. That will help me. Yes. So not as an enemy, but also as a mirror. And that means that I have to be very honest. It's not even a good friend, because AI can be really nice. Have you tried using Notebook LM and interrupted the audio overviews? It always tells you how good you are. Like if you ask AI, I think this is a problem. And they'll be like, what? That's a fantastic question. That's an essential question. That's so brilliant. It is so necessary that we go back to the basics. You're like, but kabhi to mujhe bolo ki galat hu. Kabhi to bolo ki, like, tell me that I'm stupid. Like, that's what sometimes a teacher would do. Like, did you pay attention to what I was saying? That's important. That cognitive check of, oh, I did not engage is important. But AI will always tell you, oh, yeah, nice. I will repeat this for you. Oh, you want to go back and revise the basics. That's so good. No, you didn't pay attention. That's what I have to be called out on. So we will have to think about it as a mirror, and if we do, then we have to be really honest with ourselves. And that's one of the weaknesses of our assessment practices. We have not really looked at it as a mirror. We were supposed to, but it's not. And so the thinness of our assumptions about learning is really being now broken and shattered by what AI is doing. Not that AI really created these cracks, they were always there, but now it has kind of blown it open into the, spotlighted it for us. And so AI is something that really makes and requires now not a technical response, but a pedagogical one. You'll have to tell me where to point it to for me to. Can you just move to the next? If you tell me where, I will point. No, but where do I point it to move? Okay, you will have to work at it. All right. All right. So this is really when you're looking at it and talking about as AI's crisis to opportunity. I'll go a bit faster right now. But as I said, this is a borrowed term. When we shift the frame from understanding whether I want to assess and teach, efficiency of long answers, or I just press it anywhere? Okay. I think so, yeah. I'll go back. And also now you know the slide, so I can go faster. So if I believe that writing is no longer a proof of thinking, what do we want to assess? That's one of the questions that we really now need to start thinking about. Can writing really be the only proof of assessment? Can answers which are generated instantly, is that what I value? What do I value? What is it that I'm looking at? These are questions that you would look at. And if efficiency is becoming so cheap and accessible, then what is valuable? And those are questions that we will have to answer. Am I prioritizing efficiency? And so there are studies, and I will look through those studies exactly, where you look through and say, am I valuing the product over the process? Am I valuing the focus in terms of where performance is more valuable than reasoning? And I'll give you a very quick example of it. A student who comes in and gives me a quick answer, very quickly, instantaneously in the class because it's performative, is valued a lot more as a good student, and the student who takes time to think, to digest, has gone off on some tangential stream of thought, but will come back with a very brilliant insight, most likely outside in the corridor, but will not be rewarded for it really in the marks that we have to give, because classroom performance mattered. That we will have to think about is performance being validated over reasoning? How could I do it? So when you use the Guru Parampara, I was just thinking about the fact that, the fact is that it was never classroom, because classroom was all the time. And we, right now, in the kind of reasoning that we have, we are not really moving it all the time. It is very limited to a particular time. And so we will have to think about that as well. And efficiency over learning, I'm not going to repeat that. So in terms of these elements, when we are looking at it, it's not just a pedagogy. My title is talking about pedagogies, because multiple ways of thinking, and Sapna and Dr. Tolani and Dr. Shinde talked about various ways that you could think and partner with AI. And so you would want to think about it, and I think what we have been discussing today has been about how we will recenter human judgment, dialogue, interpretation, and ethical reasoning. Some of those questions on copyrights, for instance. So what we have to do is try and identify if there are surfaces of, looking through how AI has been used. And so the teacher becomes very important. In fact, AI is very often looked at and said that, oh, the teacher may not be important, but the teacher becomes more important. The teacher becomes a designer of a lot of things, but primarily learning experiences. The teacher becomes a curator of thinking, not just resources. I am actually very tired of curating resources. I do that a lot, but actually a curator of thinking, of telling you, this is what you thought in this class, and that is how you thought in the other class, and showing you that. And the teacher is an orchestrator of pauses, of frictions, and I do want to bring back frictions in class, and moments of productive uncertainty. I'm really tired of having this very happy class where everyone is smiling all the time. It's good to be confused. I love it when people are confused. In fact, when they are, this talk is not about confusion, but I would really like to, end with more confusion. Because that's when you are thinking and your own ideas come forth, really, not when you are really convinced. A movie is very convincing. A speech that is very convincing can get us into terror, but if you are thinking, and if there is a very boring lecture, sometimes you think much more better. And so that's something we may have to think about. So pedagogy in this moment is not about control. It's about more like a dance choreography or an orchestra conductor, and designing these encounters between learners, texts and tools and ideas, so that thinking is something that surfaces is really what the teacher has to do. And we have to move assessment from surveillance to conversations. We have to start thinking about it. And by the way, these are not my ideas. You can look up these. These are open access references that I have put in. But Kovanovich and his colleagues really talk about the fact of how we rethink AI exams, and they have suggestions. And also, when you look at it, Chatfield also has given a whole book of 34 pages that you can look up to see what kind of assessments there could be. If writing can be outsourced, we could look at it that the logic of thinking through writing is collapsing. Then what do? We can have dialogic assessment, we could have structured questioning, we could have oral defenses, reflective challenges, and these should not sound radical. They have been there a long time. Socrates, and if you go back to Greek philosophers, and if you go back to this Guru Shikshya Parampara as well, it was all about dialogue. So I am not recommending anything that is radically new. And so if we have to make AI thinking, so Sapna talked about oral reasoning. Another thing I would like to add is annotated submissions, where students write and respond to each other's ideas and feelings on a particular line, what struck them, what is an example, and give a comparative analysis in terms of using AI and focusing on these elements. And also tell us why they accepted or rejected outputs by AI, and try and see where they come in. I use in one of my courses a model called 4 R's, which is basically you kind of summarize and put out what the idea is. You relate to it with personal anecdotes and personal experiences. You reason with extension, where you are looking through and figuring out all the extended logic models and research that you may have done, and then you reconstruct the idea to make it feel like, how do you now respond to this idea, having worked with this idea for some time? And that kind of process, where they are kind of now figuring out which was relate, which was reason, etc., helps them think through and figure out which was their own idea and which was even their friend's idea. To go back to the question of copyrights, if I have to very quickly do that, the fact is that if we are doing ethical ideas, sometimes that friend gave us an idea. It may not be ChatGPT, it may be actually a human friend. And we very often forget to acknowledge sources. This is a problem with Indian education especially. We have been so taught to copy and memorize textbooks that we don't acknowledge the source from which we got our information, and we do not recognize that it was a textbook or so. Farah will tell me that I have exceeded my time, so I'll move quicker. I promise just 2 more slides. So we will think through and figure out. I will not maybe go through this, but let's look at the fact that the language of efficiency is really not what we should be pleasing ourselves about. So what we are looking through is that AI has disrupted. Actually, what it has disrupted is very poorly designed pedagogy, which is why we are constantly saying no AI or all AI, etc. But it should not be either or. And if we as universities, as schools, as educational institutions are willing to look at it, AI is an invitation. It is an invitation to slow down, which was something that is said, to redesign both teaching and assessment, and to remember why pedagogy matters at all to all of us in the first place. Education remains a human project, and only if it is grounded in dialogue, and today you had 2-3 presentations on how you could dialogue, but it's also about judgment. It's not just interpretation, and so your understanding of yourself as to what you think right or wrong needs to be there, which is why there must be ethical responsibility. And if that is a question, then we can lead the way as pedagogues. So on that note, I close, and sorry, Farah.
Thank you, Dr. Anusha, for your wonderful and clear talk. You covered how we must move on from the from the emphasis on efficiency to redefining what's really valuable, to recentering human judgment, looking at how we as teachers can look at the different ways of thinking. One of the key takeaways would be the pillars that you have shown on teacher as the important designer of learning experiences, on the emphasis of surveillance, on the emphasis of conversation instead of surveillance in assessments, and making thinking visible and making pedagogy equitable and accessible. Thank you.
I am honored to invite our next panelist, Mr. Satesh Balazo Shinde. His session focuses on AI for academia. We request him to join the panel.
Hello all. I am very well aware that I am last on the panel, so I will try to be as fast as possible and not take much of your time. So when we talk about AI, the one idiom that really goes relevant is every coin has two sides. So we should be well aware of its usability will also have two sides of it. And just to bring a humor, I think every one of you must be remembering the dialogue from the Three Idiots movie, right? Sir, बोल वो रहे मगर शब्द हमारे हैं. So I start with the disclaimer that I have used Perplexity for structuring my thoughts and the design of the slides. Okay, so next slide please. Yeah, so here I will try to touch base on different like 4 parts of the academia where AI is more relevant: is teaching and learning, administrative and management functionalities, the OER where we can use it, and the research. So here in the teaching learning process, I would like to give an analogy of a child who is learning to paddle or learning cycling. So cycling has 2 core competencies that needs to be worked on. First is paddling and second is balancing. So if we put training wheels and child starts cycling, maybe after 5-10 attempts, he or she will start thinking that I'm now good at cycling. But I think we as a teachers needs to be there to tell them that this is not a core competency, or it's not a complete cycling. There is a training wheel that needs to be detached, and balancing is the core part of cycling. So that's where our role as a teacher will come in place. So that is the analogy I wanted to give. I may not be referring slides in details, but I just want to give these analogies and use cases as I go forward. So yeah, so next slide please. So this is again maybe very contextual to the technology and programming language learning, but it's very much relevant. The timelines might vary, but you know, when we are programming, so earlier when we used to program, there is a lot of ifs and buts, like why this particular thing needs to be used. But then like the answer to finding the answer to that is very complex. Now we are actually doing basically learning while doing it. So that's why the pace at which the things are getting understood for us as a programmers is way better in terms of understanding and the pace at which we do. But yeah, of course, there are critical lenses that needs to be looked at from, and then we progress the learning. Yeah. Next slide, please. So, okay, it's okay. So, the next slide talks about the modalities of delivering the content. So now that AI is available to us, and it is very much capable of generating different modes of a particular concept. Like, so text is basic one, but then we can use the pedagogies, approaches for delivering in multi formats like video, infographics, simulations, interactives, and real time is referring to the simulations. So these kind of capacities and capabilities we need to leverage to deliver the content in different modalities, so that we also cover more and more learning styles and needs that we must have, like we heard about in different presentations up till now. So that's where it will help really us to go miles. Next slide. So this slide, we can spend a little of time where we need to, when we are using the AI, we need to balance the opportunities and risks. While we are using, we need to understand, like, there is a personalized learning path available that we come across in different presentations, early detection of the struggles or the real-time feedback that generally we get. Hence the adaptive learning and personalized learning is available, but then there is a bias which algorithm brings in, and the equity that needs to be addressed. So these different risks and opportunities needs to be balanced out when we are implementing and using AI into our teaching learning process. Yeah. Next slide. So UNESCO and UNICEF, WEF have mentioned about 7 principles that really helps in the academia to understand, like, when we are adopting and the sustainable use of AI, what all important principles that we should be really follow and work on as a purpose. The use of the AI, what is the purpose of it? I think that is one of the key aspect that needs to be always very much clear about. The compliances that are, no compliances will be, foolproof. So we need to adhere to the existing ones, and also with time there will be compliances that needs to be adhered to. So those needs to be also followed up. Then knowledge about the AI. So basically, what possibilities and what capabilities it has, what tools we have in hand, and what are further possibilities are available. That awareness we need to have. In fact, there is one slide I wanted to emphasize on that will come as the last thing. Balance, we already talked about the opportunities and the risks. Then the integrity of the originality and the content under, so artificial intelligence versus human intelligence, natural intelligence needs to be very thoroughly inspected, and integrity needs to be maintained. The agency, that's where Anusha and Sapna mentioned about the agency of the human decision. So AI should not inform, but AI should not take a decision, but actually inform, and humans' decision is the final approval that needs to be there. And evaluation. So evaluation is like when we are using it, it's not like once we use it and it's on, it's completely done. So we have to keep evaluating the what was the goal, the purpose, and where are we heading, and the processes that we followed, the values that we have inculcated are also been very much relevant and adopting if there is a need. Yeah. Next slide. So next two slides are talking about AI in research, where we have to follow the ethical practices when we are using AI implementation in the research processes. For example, synthetic data. So when we are doing the data analysis of our research studies, we should avoid giving the actual data, direct data to the any LLMs or GPTs. Rather, we use the similar structure and generate a synthetic data, provide that, get the process of analyzing it, and that process we can take offline and then implement on the actual data. So you don't need to give actual data to GPTs for analysis. So that's where synthetic data can play a important role to give away the original data. Yeah. Next slide. And always, as one of the use cases mentioned was like consensus are important. And then there is a couple of tools that are mentioned for research processes. But yeah, so basically the point here is ethical practices must be very much well followed and well aware of. Now we will touch base on AI for OER. Next slide, please. So until now, the OERs that were available are basically the context was missing, though because the purpose of the OERs are very much well aligned with the reach and scalability. But again, the context, because the context was missing, the relevance was also then missing. So now that the AI and tool is available, the efficiency and the contextual use cases can be given more, and those OERs can be adopted in a multilingual ways. Multimodalities was already been covered. So AI will really help us to improvise and scale the use of open educational resources, but with again the ethical practices that we mentioned. Yeah, next slide. In the administration and management area, where we have to evaluate the return on investment, so that because the moment we talk about administration and management, ROI becomes a default part of it. So the time it takes to grade, the time it takes to create assessments and schedule and analysis. So these work and aspects can be multiplied using AI, and then we can focus more on the core role of the teacher as interacting with students one-on-one. The time that's saved from these activities can be given more to actually interacting with the students and addressing their needs in a with the human touch and discussions. And another support use case here would be on our college websites or university websites or any event that we organize, for example. So there are different FAQs and basic queries and questions that needs to be addressed, and that's where our much of our time goes. So we can use AI there for providing the database which answers these basic questions, and then actually on the platform you can mention the chatbots. So those chatbots can serve and support the users on your behalf, and there can be always a mechanism where up to certain extent it can help, beyond certain extent it can generate a ticket to to you, or like to human to attend it. So, but then it will certainly save a lot of efforts and the investment that otherwise would require in terms of supporting the basic aspects of the management and administration. Yeah. Next slide. So next slide is about awareness. So that's where I want to put a little of a time. Is awareness is the key here. Awareness about possibilities. Awareness that AI can leverage our capacities and capabilities versus it can also harm. Like for example, the mention about the incident that teacher uploaded fourth standard students' photos. If a teacher was well aware that this is not really ethical practice, they could have not executed that act. And possibilities about such a tool exist. Such and such activities can be done with AI. There are limitations to it. What works behind the scene, how it works behind the scene. So these awareness about the processes are important. For example, when we talk about GPTs and agentic AIs, but we need to understand that LLMs are the heart of all these processes or all these tools. LLMs are engines that are running behind. So if we are using LLMs independently versus if we are using or doing something with agents, agents are actually taking support, and not only taking support, LLMs are actually running those agents. So whatever limitations that LLMs will have, agents will also have the similar kind of things, as long as we are handling some guardrails and context that are provided. So as long as awareness is there, we will be able to leverage versus we know where to stop. Yeah. And the last slide. Yeah. So using AI, I don't know if it's now optional or choice, because unknowingly you're already using it if you are using smartphones and technologies. So the choice before us is whether to take it as is or have the awareness, understand the picture behind it, and then well-informed integration and usage can be a better way to approach it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Satej, for your talk on AI for academia. I think one of the core takeaways as teachers we can take are the principles. I would like to list out the 7 principles again: purpose, compliance, knowledge, balance, integrity, agency, and evaluation. This helps us that we need to have real awareness in dealing with AI, understanding how it works, the behind the scenes, and how we can leverage it to improve our capabilities and being aware of the risks involved. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we move on to the technical session 1.
I now invite Ms. Zainab Patrawala to introduce our chairperson, Professor Dr. Shalini Sinha, for this technical session.
It is my privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Shalini Sinha, a distinguished academician, a visionary educator. She is the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Studies at the HSNC University, Mumbai, Vice Principal of Kishan Chanchelaram College, and Professor of English. She also heads the Department of Mass Media and Computer Science, reflecting her strong interdisciplinary leadership. Dr. Sinha holds a PhD with academic interest in Indian English fiction, gender and cultural studies, and mass media. She is the author of critical insights into new age popular fiction in Indian English and has made significant contributions. Deeply committed to equity and social justice, she has been an active member of the Gender Issues Cell and convened a national conference titled Revisiting the Discourse on Women's Rights, New Forms of Violation and Contestation on Women's Rights at KC College. With her blend of academic excellence, administrative leadership, and social commitment, Dr. Sinha truly exemplifies transformative education. We are honored to have her here as a chairperson of today's morning technical session. I now invite the organizing secretaries to please felicitate Dr. Sinha.
Sir, you have to felicitate.
Nancy.
We express our gratitude to our chairperson for her presence and enriching this session with her expertise. Moving on with the technical session. A gentle reminder that all delegates will have 7 minutes to present, with a reminder bell at 6 minutes and a final bell at 7 minutes. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Edward Opoku, M.Ed student, University of Mumbai, to present his paper titled Artificial Intelligence in Higher Education, the Perspective of a Novice Researcher.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Edward Opoku. I'm from Ghana, an international student at University of Mumbai, Department of Education. I'm privileged to be here. I believe that it's just an opportunity, not that I am a repository of knowledge, because the kind of academians, professors whom I've met here, I don't even know what to say. So when I looked through the brochure, I decided to choose a safer topic, artificial intelligence in higher education, the perspective of a novice researcher. I am the novice researcher. I am not as established as all the academians, professors, doctors here, but I hope by the end I'll be able to touch on a very sensitive area. Namaste. Okay. Now, AI is here, and we are all in this together. Now, as educationists, just as when the introduction of computers started in the 1950s, even before that one in the 30s, coming to now, people had their doubts. When schools like University of Cambridge constructed a computer lab, people were asking so many questions that computers are here. Is this really going to help us? It's going to make us lazy. Now, all those doubts with time have been cleared. Now, the same way we found ourselves in this era. Marvin Minsky once predicted that within a generation, the problem of creating artificial intelligence will substantially be solved. And after so many years, the idea that at a point, a fraction of man's intelligence can be confounded or entrapped in a machine, which will be able to regenerate all perspectives, ideas, and views of different people at the same time has become a reality. And here we have AI. Even though for someone like me, the first time I heard about AI was in 2021. When I was writing a research I was investigating the reason why girls in a certain school had no interest in mathematics education. I'm a mathematics teacher. In that school, the figures were so bad that it was strange. So I tried investigating it. It was during that time that I got to know of AI. During the literature review part, because I went to 2 libraries and I couldn't read enough. So a friend suggested that there is AI. My friend, stop wondering, stop disturbing yourself. AI will help you and make things faster. So safe to say that even with this my slides, I use Grok AI to summarize it. AI is here and is here to stay. There are criticisms all over currently as to why we should use AI and why it is not supposed to be tolerated. There are those who believe that we're over-pampering it. AI is not good. So I try to answer a few questions. Philosophers are saying that AI lacks consciousness. It doesn't have emotions. It lacks moral judgment. If we depend so much on AI, it is going to destroy the world. One of the greatest or extreme critics of AI are philosophers. Now, philosophers are against anything that does not encourage critical thinking. Ethicists and human rights activists are saying that AI is a threat to our privacy. AI is a threat to our individual brilliance. Now, those in the labor market are saying that in the next few years, many people are going to lose their jobs. They have started losing it, including even teachers. That teachers will not be extinct, but rather our numbers will be threatened. Since we are no more going to be active teachers, we will just be facilitators. And if we are just facilitators, we don't need a lot of us. Scientists and AI researchers themselves, like Dr. Anusha and Mr. Satej, they believe that the threat AI poses, even though its benefit outweighs the excesses, it is still relevant that we give it attention. So researchers are criticized by, the sad part is that I wrote a research proposal and I asked Grok AI that you should rate the percentage of originality in this research. And Grok told me that my research proposal is too perfect and well structured. Therefore, it is AI generated. I said, what is this? Now, perfection is only attributed to AI, which is not true. And our mistakes, which in the past wasn't that much encouraged, is now being regarded as humanity. Is this not strange? But it is here to stay. Now, cultural theory says that AI doesn't respect our culture. All right. Now, my last question is that, is AI indispensable? Is it irreplaceable? Is it the future or not? I end by saying that if AI is indispensable and it is the future, and we cannot do without it, then academians are sitting on a time bomb. And it's either we treat it with more ethical way and do it in a better manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Edward, for your clear and engaging perspective.
Farama?
Not Ashmi. The fourth person. Sorry.
We will have the next presentation online by Dr. Geetika Arora and Dr. Neetan Arora on integrating gamification into pedagogical practice, implications
for student engagement.
Nancy, take this ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, sorry for the interruption. Actually, there was a network problem there. Am I audible? Okay, ma'am. Actually, there is a problem regarding my sharing the screen. So, can you please do it for me? Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can start with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So, good afternoon to one present over here. I'm Dr. Geetika, Associate Professor from City College of Education, Jalandhar. So, today my topic is about integrating the gamification into pedagogical practice, implications for the student engagement. So, we all have noticed that students remember a game for years but forget a session or a lesson in just one day. What if learning felt like a game? What if curiosity replaced the boredom that we usually see in the classrooms that even the students also feel, and their participation also get replaced with the silence? Today I'm going to represent a teaching approach. Yeah. Hello. Ma'am, actually I'm trying to do that but it is not working. Okay. So today I am going to represent a teaching approach that transforms the classroom into a engaging learning spaces. So we'll explore the integrating gamification into the pedagogical practice implications for the student engagement. Next slide, please. So what the introduction talks about that by evolving the learner's requirements, how the needs are, their rapid technological innovations, education has adopted new teaching approaches to enhance the learning effectiveness. Talking about the gamification is one such approach that has gained significant attention due to its ability to make the students more engaging in the classrooms, to increase their effective learning. It involves various games mechanisms such as the points, challenges, progress tracking, rewards to motivate the learners, because I think the intrinsic and the extrinsic motivation both are very important for the students for the effective learning, for their fully participation in the classroom. Studies also indicate that gamified learning environments can enhance the students' engagement, promote the collaboration, and support mastery of other concepts. However, research also highlights that poorly designed gamification may also result in the superficial engagement rather than the deep and meaningful learning. Next slide, please. So So in the literature review, there were many researchers who conducted their research and what their views about the different perspectives of the gamification. Like Pathak in the year 2021 conducted a research and told us that gamification is the use of game-based mechanics and aesthetics to engage the people, inspire actions, encourage learning, and solve the issues. Then Gonzalez Fernandez in the year 2022 told us that the gamified treatments have excellent pedagogical benefits that can help the students to engage more effectively in the class, including enhanced academic achievement, how to motivate them, they should be committed, and involvement. Satish Kumar in 2022 research told that gamification strategies undoubtedly increase students' confidence, engagement, performance, social relatedness, and how competent they are for their work. In 2024, research was also conducted in which gamification is a helpful teaching and learning method that can boost the students' motivation, their learning, and to study also found that gamified learning interventions had a positive impact on student learning. So these were the various researches that were conducted for regarding the gamification, how important it is for our classrooms, how important it is for the students. Next slide, please. Now we have the key elements, what are included in the gamification that are very important for us. So we'll start with the points. Points are given to the students in which there are 1, 2, 3 numberings are there. Then there are the badges. Badges are usually rewards given for the completing a task or a specific goals. They recognize efforts, achievements, and to motivate students to participate actively. The next one, we have the leaderboards. Leaderboards display students' performance or scores in a ranked order. They encourage how healthy a competition could be and engage the students among learners. Level and progress bars indicate that they help the students to visualize their progress and stay motivation to move ahead, to move forward in their effective learning. The next one, we have the challenges, questions, missions. They are just a goal-oriented task designs like game missions. They enhance the cognitive thinking, the critical thinking, and there is an active involvement of the students. The next one, we have the feedback system. For every work, for every question mission, I think there is need of feedback too. So the feedback systems provide an immediate response to the students that what are the areas they need to improve their actions or the answers. They help the learners understand that mistakes and improve the performance instantly. The last one, in the key elements of gamification, we have the narratives and the storylines that connect the learning activities through a story or a theme so that students get more engaged, more real enriched. They make lessons meaningful, immersive, and emotionally engaging so they get more connected with it. Next slide, please. Then we have the integrating gamification into pedagogical practice, lesson planning. That is the first one, we have the gamified lesson planning. The gamified lesson planning involves designing the lessons that automatically relates with the goals, rewards, and activities. It basically makes the learning more interactive, structured, and more student-centered. That is the need of every education system, that it should be the student-centered education. The next one, we have the digital gamification tools. It involves various apps, quizzes, online games that support this integration. They increase the students' engagement through technology-based integration, which is the need of our generation. The third one, we have the role-playing and simulations. Role-playing and simulations allow the students to act in the real life situations, how they should have to deal the real problems, how it is important for them to connect this in real life. The next one, we have progress monitoring systems. These systems track students' performance and learning the process regularly, that what students have improved in the next day, then the next day. So it is very important to progress, to monitor their progress in daily life. The last one, we have incorporating the competition and collaboration. Competition, it motivates the student but there is also a need of collaborative planning, or there is a need of collaborative teamwork. The next slide, please. Then we have the how it basically engage with different perspectives of the student, how it is important for engagement of the students, and different type of engagements are there. The first one we are, yes ma'am. Okay ma'am, I'll wrap it soon. So we have the behavior engagement. Then we have the cognitive engagement. In behavioral engagement, we have different tasks, activities, and talking about the cognitive, we have the problem solving, how it mentally connects with the students, how critically the student can think about. The next, we have the emotional engagement, students feeling interested in that. The fourth one is motivation, and then we have the social engagement. Next slide, please, ma'am. Now there are different benefits of gamification, like increase the students' motivation, that we have already talked about, that how it increases motivation, enhance the engagement of the students, improve their learning outcomes, immediate and meaningful feedback so that they can improve later on. Then we have the bullets, the persistent and resilience, encourage the active learning, which is the basic need of our education system. Then we have the supports the differentiated and personalized learning. Every individual should taken into consideration, promotes the collaboration and social skills. Then we have a create a safe environment for any failure. Yes, ma'am. I need only 1 minute more. Next slide, please, ma'am. Then we have just the challenges, because we already are aware that if we have rapid growing technology, that it has some pros and cons. So talking about the challenges of it, we have the overemphasis of extrinsic motivation. Children may rely more on extrinsic motivation. Superficial engagement could be there. Inequity and negative social comparisons. One size should fit also to all the students who are in a classroom. Technical and resource constraints could be there. There couldn't be reach of the technology to every school or to every corner. Then we have the increased cognitive load. Sustainability and long-term engagement could be there. Misalignment with the pedagogical goals if we are not aware that what our goals is.
Thank you for sharing your expertise with us, Dr. Gitika Arora. Our next paper presenter for the technical session 1 is Dr. Avneet Kaur, Assistant Professor, Khalsa College of Education, Amritsar. Her paper is titled Preparing Future Teachers for AI-Driven Education, Implications for Teacher Education Programs.
A very good afternoon, respected chairpersons, delegates and colleagues. I am Dr. Avneet Kaur. Let me just know if I'm audible. I am Dr. Avneet Kaur, Assistant Professor at Khalsa College of Education, Amritsar. And today I'll be sharing my insights from the paper titled Preparing Future Teachers for AI-Driven Education, Implications for Teacher Education Programs. My focus basically was that we are talking about artificial intelligence, its integration into education at various levels. But for that, we need to prepare our teachers very well. And for that, we need to incorporate certain aspects of artificial. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I can share it. Just a moment. So basically, it was that teacher education programs should bring their certain changes in the curriculum so that students which are currently just they are studying about Microsoft Office, e-blogs, or how to prepare digital lesson plans, or the basic things about ICT which they can utilize during their teaching learning process. So basically, teacher education programs also, in the light of new education policy 2020 and these reforms in artificial intelligence, they also need to bring some curriculum reforms. So what all, there are some tools which as a suggestion I'll be presenting in this presentation. So giving it a brief background, that artificial intelligence, which is rapidly transforming education across teaching, learning, assessment, and administration. However, while schools are adopting the AI-based tools, teacher preparation often remains rooted in traditional pre-digital models. This creates a gap between classroom realities and teacher readiness. Therefore, teacher education programs must adopt not only technologically but also pedagogically, ethically, and professionally to prepare future teachers for AI-enabled learning environments. For instance, I would just like to quote an instance. During online and blended classes, many teachers now use AI-supported platforms to assign quizzes or track attendance and monitor student progress. However, most of these teachers, they have learned these tools informally, without any structured pedagogical training. So this highlights the need for systematic AI readiness within teacher education programs as envisioned in New Education Policy 2020. So these are certain basic tools which, as a suggestion, I would give, which must be made a part of teacher education programs, in which these are briefly described in ahead slides. The first one, like the adaptive learning platforms. These platforms personalize the instruction based on each learner's pace, performance, and learning gaps. Tools like Byju's, Khan Academy, AI Tutor continuously adjust the content difficulty and provide remedial support. These platforms enable mastery-based and self-paced learning, which is often difficult to achieve in traditional classrooms. So just giving an example, in a mathematics class, an adaptive platform may provide extra practice on fractions to one student, while allowing another to move ahead to algebra. The teacher can then use this data to plan targeted classroom discussions rather than repeating the same lesson for all the students. Then the learning analytics and generative AI. Learning analytic dashboards, they provide real-time data on student engagement, progress, and performance trends. They help teachers identify learning gaps early, at the very early stage, and take informed instructional decisions. Generative AI tools like ChatGPT, Copilot, they support teachers by generating lesson plans, worksheets, explanations, and assessment items. These tools, not only they save time, they promote creativity and support personalized learning while used responsibly. Next is the AI-based assessment and feedback. These systems automate evaluation processes like MCQ checking, essay scoring, and plagiarism detection, like automated feedback tools like Grammarly and Turnitin. They provide instant, personalized feedback to the learner. Next one is the predictive analytics and virtual assistants. So predictive analytics uses historical learner data to forecast the academic performance and identify the students who are at risk of dropout or failure. This enables early intervention and targeted support. Virtual teaching assistants and chatbots provide 24/7 academic support by answering the student queries and assisting with revision. They also reduce the teacher's administrative workload while ensuring continuous learner engagement. Now, these were a brief explanation of certain AI tools which need to be incorporated in the teacher education programs. Next is what framework should be followed while preparing a curriculum. UNESCO AI competency framework has been suggested, in which 15 competencies across the 5 dimensions are given in this table. So a proper framework has already been suggested by the UNESCO, but rarely it is being put on into practice by various countries. So, yes. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So, coming to a conclusion, AI has immense potential to enhance education, but its success depends upon how well the teachers are prepared to use it responsibly. Teacher education programs play a pivotal role in shaping the AI-ready, ethically grounded, and professionally confident teachers. So guided by frameworks such as UNESCO, teacher preparation must evolve toward AI-empowered yet human-centered education. Ultimately, the future of education will be shaped not by AI alone, but by teachers who can lead with insight, responsibility, and innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Avneet Kaur, for that informative presentation on the need for AI readiness in teacher education. I would now like to invite our chairperson, Professor Dr. Shalini Sinha, to share her reflections.
A very good afternoon to each one of you. And first of all, let me convey my thanks to Dr. Balani, to the entire staff of BTTC for having invited me here as the chairperson of this session. And I have thoroughly enjoyed listening to the three speakers over here today, and three different perspectives. And the first perspective by Mr. Edward Opoku, the perspective of a novice researcher. Mr. Opoku, with your presentation, you proved you're anything but a novice. I feel that you're quite an expert in that field, and thank you so much. You've spoken about how AI tools are going to be used to simplify the research process, and I totally agree with you. Could I ask you a question here? Do you think that while AI tools will help you to simplify the research processes, but do you think AI will affect research interpretation or reasoning? Meaning, do you think that AI will ultimately affect the critical judgment of a researcher? Mr. Opoku?
Thank you very much for this question. Now, I am solely of the opinion that current dispensation, in as much as some rules, or we place the rule of critical thinking on AI, we cannot in any way align it with the in-depth, honest, and perfect critical reasoning of human beings, in the sense that the human or the individual can think on his feet, whether in trouble, in happiness, in any mood. But because AI is machine learning and operates on a set or defined algorithm, it cannot work more perfect than that. Therefore, in interpretation, we cannot do the best or be perfect at interpreting what AI gives to us. But with time, we will get there. That is my belief. All right.
Thank you so much. That's what I was hoping to listen to. So yes, that's very, very true. And please give a hand to Mr. Opoku. We next move on to Ms. Geetika Arora, who spoke about gamification. Games in AI and games as we used to learn when we were learning are not very different. I remember that we have also learned a lot through games. In fact, we as teachers also use a lot of games, while teaching. And we use, since I belong to the humanities, we use all kinds of quizzes, puzzles, role playing and all that she has spoken about. We use it a lot since I come from the stream of English literature. Our dramas are read by our students. They do a role play. And all of that, yes, what AI has done is added certain things like feedback, has simplified the process of results, quizzing, all of those things, it has come. And yes, gamification used as a pedagogical process will make learning very enjoyable for the students. So Ms. Geetika Arora, I would like to ask you, have you yourself used gamification in your own teaching processes? Oh, she's still not there. Okay. So if she's there, then you let me know. because while making the learning process is very enjoyable, I would also like to know whether it has impacted students' knowledge creation. How has a student imbibed? The process is very good, no doubt, but is the learning imbibed well, and is the student able to reproduce that learning the way it should be? That was my question that I had put to her. So the processes, yes, of course, is very, very good, but the processes should be such that it makes a learner also learn. So so that was what I wanted to ask her. But I know that when we do use games, it does impact a student's learning, because they enjoy it first of all, and when you enjoy something, you learn it better. And of course, our system is very examination based system. So what the student reproduces in the answer book is also equally important. And that's why I had wanted to know whether she had herself experienced any kind of change, from looking at students who had gone through the gamification process. So we'll wait for her to come back. Dr. Avneet Kaur, lovely presentation. I really enjoyed listening to you. And you have
Thank you so much, ma'am.
And you've said that systematic learning of AI tools is now very necessary for your teachers. Let me tell you, I don't think any country has taken AI or embraced AI as wholeheartedly as India has done. I think we are very much there. All of us are, really taking it up. There's so many kind of courses and so many things that have begun. But yes, you are right. Teachers need to be trained properly, and that training has to happen properly. And could I ask you, what is your subject? What do you teach, Miss Dr. Avneet Kaur?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I teach pedagogy of computer science.
Okay. So, computer science by itself is such a field that it invites the use of AI. But I would also like to know, since I come from the stream of humanities and social sciences,
Yes, ma'am.
So, and humanities and social sciences is a very discussion-based kind of a discipline. There's a lot of interaction, there's debate, there's discussion, So, while AI could be used in the processes of, say, some quizzes and so on,
Yes, ma'am.
do you think it would really impact these fields? AI could also impact these fields in a beneficial manner.
I'm sure, ma'am, that it will definitely affect, because one of the presentation in the inaugural session, which talked about certain chatbots which were being used in the medical industry. So I think the way that it is being used by the teacher or the students, it will definitely have a positive impact. So giving this 24/7 availability to the students, giving that assistance when the teacher is not there, even face to face, and that flexible approach. And I think that will definitely, irrespective of the stream, it can benefit the teachers and students.
So, Dr. Kaur, our students are already on ChatGPT.
Yes, ma'am.
They do nothing without ChatGPT. All answers and everything come from ChatGPT. Unfortunately, it is gained so easily that the cognitive processes we find are not functioning as well. They don't retain. There is no memory. There is no retention. And after the exam is over, they've forgotten the subject entirely. That is the fear that we have. Because there is no kind of deep thinking going on. And easy come, easy go kind of a tool that is there in their hand is affecting their thinking abilities, their creative abilities. That is a fear that I have. So, as you said very rightly, AI has to be balanced by teachers who have to lead very responsibly. So this is also something, while we are all out for AI, here I would like to sound a note of caution that let us not forget that learning is a cognitive process. Learning involves many things, not just the tools at hand. And while we go all out, for AI, let us not forget that if we are solely dependent upon AI, we have not learned anything. So that's very, very important. So I would here like to sound a note of caution that yes, AI tools help you in many ways, but at the end of the day, your learning is your own, your knowledge creation is your own, and your memory, your retention, your cognitive processes will flow only when you use your brains. Which somehow, with AI coming in, people have stopped doing it because copying pasting is very easy and chat GPTs are there with everyone. So this is something that I would really like to sound out coming from my stream of humanities and social sciences and others, that whatever tool is there, use it, but use it with caution. You know, because in fact what is so ironical is that while we are using AI, now we have to have other tools to humanize AI. Look at the irony of it. That first you use a tool and then you try to humanize it. Your brains are good enough, you know. You don't need to go elsewhere to humanize. So while you may use a rough draft, please use your brains ultimately to create knowledge and to create your own learning. So this is what I would like to say. Thank you so much, all the three speakers. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So Dr. Geetika, my question to you was, have you used gamification with your students?
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, could you hear my question? My question was, what discipline are you from, Dr. Geetika? What do you teach?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my question to you was, what is your subject? What do you teach?
Ma'am, I'm teaching in the City College of Education, Pedagogy of Mathematics.
Okay. So have you used gamification in your teaching?
Yes, ma'am. We use the gamification in our teaching while teaching the pedagogy of mathematics to the students.
Mm-hmm. And have you found an impact of these gamification processes on what they have learned? Ultimately, you know, the process of course will be very enjoyable, I agree. But have you found that, you know, when it comes to actually talking about what they have learned, do you find there is an impact over there? Is it better? Is it beneficial?
Yes, ma'am. It increases the motivation and the engagement of the students, improve the learning outcomes, and also encourage the active participation of the students. That is most important in a classroom environment, and also support the personalized learning.
So, you know, luckily for you, you are from a stream where you know, gamification is very, very much an inherent, kind of a scheme of teaching in that field. My request to you is that do please help in some kind of gamification processes for people from other streams like commerce or humanities or social sciences. I'm sure,
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm sure
yes,
they would benefit a lot. Thank you so much.
Yes.
So thank you so much, all three of you. Thank you so much, and thank you. I enjoyed this session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Shalini Sinha, for chairing this technical session and for your thought-provoking questions. Thank you for your note of caution on what true learning entails, the ultimate aim in this entire teaching learning process. Your reflections tied together the presentation succinctly. We now arrive at the close of this technical session. I invite Ms. Shifa Khan, General Secretary of the FYBN Student Council of Bombay Teachers Training College, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, Shifa.
Good afternoon to everyone. A warm welcome to each of you gathered here today. Honorable dignitaries, respected scholars, distinguished guests, faculty members and dear participants. It is my privilege on behalf of Bombay Teachers Training College and the organizing committee of this international conference on transforming education for enlightenment, empowerment and excellence, integrating artificial intelligence in curriculum, pedagogy, research and learning environments, to extend our sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the grace and success of today's proceeding. At the outset, I express our deep appreciation to our chief guest, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, President of Hyderabad Sindh National Collegiate Board, for his inspiring inaugural address. His vision for the future of education and his emphasis on innovation have set a thoughtful tone for this conference. We remain profoundly grateful to our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Maya Shahani, Trustee, Hyderabad Sindh National Collegiate Board, for gracing this event with their presence and for the thoughtful word that highlighted the enduring values and aspirations of our institution. We are deeply honored by the rich contributions of today's panelists who expanded the horizon of a theme with remarkable depth and clarity. Our sincere thanks to begin with Dr. Dumiso Shuma, who shared his insightful presentation on human-centered AI for community health, lessons from Thando AI. Following this, Professor Dr. Jayashree Shinde for her compelling session on Power Play with AI. Moving ahead, Dr. Monica Tholani for her thought-provoking discussion on alchemy of intelligence, artificial intelligence for transformative learning. Continuing the momentum, Ms. Sapna Changrani for her substantive insights on blending human intelligence with artificial intelligence in school ecosystems. Further, Dr. Anusha Ramanathan for her enlightening presentation on pedagogies of possibilities, reimagining teaching and assessment in the AI era. And finally, Mr. Satyesh Shinde for his valuable contribution on AI for academia. A special thanks to our chairperson, Professor Dr. Shalini Sinha, for her scholarly guidance, insightful observation, which significantly enriched the academic deliberation of this session. Each of your perspective has significantly enriched the scholarly dialogue this conference seeks to foster. I wish to place on record our sincere gratitude to our respected principal Dr. Bhagwan Balani for his unwavering guidance, leadership and encouragement throughout the planning and execution of this international conference. His vision continued to strengthen our collective academic commitment. I also extend warm thanks to our Vice Principal, Professor Dr. Mandeep Kaur Kochar, for constant support and organizational insights have been indispensable to us. A special word of gratitude is owed to the organizing secretaries of this conference and faculty members whose academic leadership, meticulous planning and sustained guidance have been central to the successful organization of this international event. I then extend my sincere appreciation to the esteemed faculty members of BTTC whose commitment to academic excellence continues to strengthen the intellectual ethos of our institution. I would also like to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of the student coordinators of the conference whose responsibility, teamwork and professionalism ensured the smooth execution of today's program. Alongside them, I thank the entire student body, volunteers and technical support team whose collective effort and enthusiasm contributed significantly to the seamless flow of the conference. Finally, I thank all participants, both offline and online, for your active engagement, thoughtful questions and scholarly enthusiasm. Your presence and involvement have added meaningful value to this academic gathering. With sincere appreciation to each one of you, we look forward to continued learning, collaboration and innovation. We now break in for lunch. It is on 7th floor and at sharp 1:45 p.m. we shall commence the parallel technical session. Thank you.
Dear participants, I now declare this session as closed. We will be resuming with the same Zoom link for the valedictory session at 3:45 p.m. Please do join. And we have the technical sessions in between, so you can log in for the technical session through the respective links as given in the brochure.